It's a rubber match of a 3-game set, Sox versus Twins, and if the Sox lose, they go back to 500. So trying to avoid that because that is a mark that they've hit just too many times here over the last year plus. And it's time now to bring you our interview with Red Sox manager Alex Cora. And before every game, we interview the Red Sox manager. And Alex Cora on WEEI is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Hurry in to get employee pricing on the full lineup of vehicles. Ford, from America, for America. And here is Alex Cora with our very own Mike Monaco.
Alex, you guys battled last night against a very good bullpen with some really good back-end arms. What'd you see offensively down the stretch trying to get yourself back in it?
I think we did a good job putting pressure on them, but we weren't able to finish it. And, like I always said, when there's traffic, we're going to be okay. Keep doing that, and over the course of 162, we're going to score runs.
Garrett Crochet makes his 8th start today. Of his first 7, what's impressed you the most?
Wow, I think the preparation, to be honest with you, that's something that we didn't know. Obviously, you see the guy out there throwing 97, 98, bullying people, but the work that he puts on in between starts is impressive. He's on top of it. He's in great communication with Bales, Fred, Jason, and the catchers. And most of the time, he goes out there and he executes.
We all love, in the offseason, following the hot stove. And you remember where you are when a deal like that goes through. Can you take us back from your perspective, if you remember exactly where you were when you found out that trade was going to happen?
Yeah, so the night before, I was in the suite, and I was like, nothing's going to happen, so let me go to sleep. I had some meetings the next day in Dallas, managers meetings, rule committee, and all that. So I got up, went to the meeting, and Will Venable congratulated me. I'm like, what? I had no idea. Then I get back to the suite, and they told me that we were about to get in Crochet. I'm like, wow, this is awesome.
He's been a ton of fun to watch. He talked a couple starts ago about kind of getting back to his attack mentality. If you look at the numbers, when he gets to 0-1, it's ridiculous from there. What have you seen in terms of that the last start or so?
Yeah, a little bit inconsistent in that aspect, but at the same time, people don't realize this is a new environment, man. Like pitching here with that wall is different than pitching in a regular ballpark. So there's some adjustments that we have to make, probably attacking guys, where to attack guys early on, and he will do it, but honestly, so far so good.
Christian Campbell gets back into the lineup today for the first time since he got scratched on Thursday. You've talked about how you've enjoyed just watching him go through this major league experience kind of in every way. Do you have a favorite story so far from the first couple of months of him being a big leaguer?
Well, the roommates one, that was crazy, like he says. There was one, we're facing Charlie Morton in Baltimore, right? And we go over the report. We're talking about this is what he does, this and that. And he told one of the coaches, like, who's pitching for them? And like, Charlie Morton. He's like, who? Like, I don't know who he is. I'm like, what? Like, come on, bro. So I think, honestly, for his benefit, not knowing everything about the big leagues is actually working for him. Kind of like, give me the report, I just go. It doesn't matter if it's Cy Young or Hedges, he goes out there and he tries to execute.
Yeah, it's only like 20 years in the big leagues or something of that sort. Speaking of Campbell, he goes into the cleanup spot for the first time this season. What do you like about that lineup construction?
Just putting those 5 guys together and see what happens. Kind of like giving Willie some breathing room. It's not that he's feeling pressure hitting 4th, but I feel like, hitting him 5th might benefit him. And I think having that change of gear, you got Duran and Rafi who swing a lot. Then you have Bregman and Campbell who don't swing that much. Hopefully it works for us.
Trevor gets a day today. What have you seen from his at-bats just here recently, the last few weeks?
He's seen his fastball. Something he was executing early on. He was hitting fastballs early in count. Now he's fouling him off. He's 0-1, 0-2 most of the time, and then after that they expand with him, and he's expanding. So give him a day today. Just reset, recharge, and be ready for Tuesday.
Carlos Narvaez is behind the plate today. If you look at defensive runs saved, for every position, he leads all of baseball. Every player in defensive runs saved. What aspect of him defensively impresses you most?
The blocking part of it is impressive because we live in an era that we got them in one knee, and what we want them to do is, rip it right and steal pitches. And the fact that he's actually perfect so far blocking pitches tells you a lot. Very athletic, great moves behind the plate, good instincts, but the blocking part of it has been outstanding.
Lastly, against Chris Paddock today, what's the plan of attack?
I think we're going to see a lot from like last night, a lot of change-ups, fastballs up in the zone, but they're going to try to get us out with soft. So we have to make the adjustments, try to use a big part of the field. And if we do that, we're going to be okay.
Kane's going for a sweep. Alex, thank you. Good luck for you guys today.
Thank you.
Yeah, a little nod there to Miami. We'll see if they can pull off the sweep. And that was Mike Monaco with Red Sox manager Alex Cora. And I'm Joe Wild. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show inside the Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio as we continue to get you set here for Red Sox Twins. First pitch coming up at 1:35. And let's get you today's starting lineups, which are brought to you by Herb Chambers. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them. Here's a 9 for the Twins, who are 14-20 on the year, just 5-14 on the road this season, and they'll have 8 right-handed bats going up against Garrett Crochet, and for good reason, because Crochet has been absolutely nasty against both right-handed and left-handed batters, but even more so against left-handed batters who are just 1 for 22 against him this year. Byron Buxton, he leads things off. He's in center field. Ryan Jeffers, who has homered in this series, he is the DH batting second. Ty France, he is at first. He bats third. Carlos Correa bats fourth. He's the shortstop. Jonah Bride batting fifth. He's at third. He's 7 for 20 with the Twins. Brooks Lee, a switch hitter, batting from the right-handed side. He's the second baseman. Batting seventh, Harrison Bader. He's out in right field. Trevor Larnach, he is in left, the lone left-handed bat that the Twins have today. He bats eighth. And then Christian Vasquez, he rounds out the 9. He is the catcher. He's hitting 178 on the year and also just a 267 slugging percentage. No home runs, 4 doubles out of Vasquez so far here in 2025 with the Twins. The 9 for the Red Sox against Chris Paddock, who has not won any of his starts. He's pitched better as of late. The 29-year-old over his last 4 starts has posted a 2.25 ERA. That being said, the Twins just don't score a whole lot for him. The overall numbers still aren't good with a 5.60 ERA. And he's another guy that doesn't strike out a ton of batters and walks a lot. He's got 22 strikeouts to 14 walks and 27 in a third innings. But anyway, here's the 9 that the Sox have today. Jaron Duran, he leads things off. He's out in left field. Batting second, Rafael Devers, the DH. And Devers now up to a 451 slugging percentage, on base at 373 with this 8-game hitting streak that he's currently on. Alex Bregman, he bats third, plays third. Christian Campbell, great to see his name in the lineup again. And he bats cleanup for the first time in his big league career. You just heard Alex Cora talk about it with Mike Monaco. Some really good stories in there, specifically the one about Charlie Morton and not knowing who Charlie Morton was. That was awesome. But Campbell cleans things up. He's at second. Wilyer Abreu bats fifth. He's out in right field. And Abreu 0 for his last 13. And, he got off to such a hot start this season. But since the St. Louis series in the early part of April, he's hitting just 179 since then. And Alex Cora detailing today that he's just had some trouble with fastballs as of late. So let's see if he can get going with the bat. Bats fifth, he's in right. Romy Gonzalez playing at first base for the second consecutive game since the Tristan Casas injury on Friday. 3 hits yesterday, and again, batting sixth. 7-8-9 looking like this for the Sox. David Hamilton's the shortstop. Carlos Narvaez is the catcher, and then Cedon Rafaela rounding out the 9 in center field today. So Hamilton gets another start, and Trevor Story gets the day off, and so does Connor Wong from the starting lineup as well, with Narvaez getting the start behind home plate in this one. You can watch the Red Sox pregame show on Twitch. Just follow WEEI. A little love goes a long way in the 2025 Subaru Forester Hybrid. Learn more at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Coming up next, we'll get you the lock of the game presented by Interlock Roofing. We'll also get you a Subaru of New England scoreboard update as well. Give you a look around Major League Baseball as we continue to get you ready here for the final game of a 3-game set on Crochet Day at Fenway Park. Sox versus Twins. First pitch coming up in about 25 minutes. I'm Joe Wild. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
Hey, Gen X. Obviously, we're not 25 anymore, but with Factor 4, you can feel like you are. With fish oil, turmeric, CoQ10, and garlic, it fights inflammation, supports joints and heart health, and helps you stay strong. It's our #1 best-selling product for a reason. Because like all Live Good products, it's top quality without the expensive markups. Over 1.5 million people have already made the switch. Are you ready? Get yours today at livegood.com.
When you're with Amex Business Platinum, you have the card that helps businesses dream bigger. Get a flexible spending limit that adapts with your business and earn 1.5 times membership rewards points on select business purchases. So you can stock up on what you need to take your business further and get rewarded for growing bigger. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Not all purchases will be approved. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/Amex Business.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is gone!
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan is responsible for this ad. John Morgan is licensed in Florida and Tennessee. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Have there been any new conversations about a different path with first?
No.
Do you know when Kristen's having surgery?
We gather information. We have information after the game.
All right, so that's Alex Cora talking about Tristan Casas hoping to get more information about when he will be having surgery on that left leg. Again, Tristan Casas pretty much out for the season at this point, and now the Sox just hoping to figure out something at first base. In the short term, Romy Gonzalez gets the start once again here for the Sox. He's batting 6th in the lineup today, and the hope is he can provide some stability along with possibly Abraham Toro as well, just for the time being here, as this group tries to win the series here against the Minnesota Twins. Final game of a 3-game set with Garrett Crochet on the mound. Joe Weil with you. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. All right, for the lock of the game now, which is presented by Interlock Roofing. Never re-roof again. NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com. I am inclined to go the Garrett Crochet route, but at the same time, offensive parts of the locks of the game have been working. So I'm actually going to stick with offense on this one. And Christian Campbell is the guy I'm locking in on right now. I know he hasn't played in the last 3 games, but with a right-hander on the mound and Chris Paddock, who actually has worse numbers against right-handed bats, I'm feeling good about Christian Campbell, who's at plus 120 on FanDuel for recording 2+ total bases. And I'm feeling good about that because this is a guy that, when he's been healthy, has been swinging a great bat. 301 average, 407 on base, 495 slugging percentage. And he's just impressed. And it was really interesting to hear Alex Cora talk about Christian Campbell with Mike, but also on top of that, hear Alex Cora talk about Christian Campbell before the game in his presser and saying, we're trying to just do something different. And the way he phrased it was he thinks that putting Christian Campbell in the cleanup spot is going to help. And the last part of the quote was really fascinating. He said, I'm not saying this is the route we're going, but we probably will. So we may be seeing this a lot with Christian Campbell in the cleanup position. Now that Tristan Casas is out for the season and Alex Cora is just trying to figure out, okay, what's the best way to configure my lineup? So I'm going with Christian Campbell, having 2 or more total bases today, batting in the cleanup spot for the first time in his big league career. He has stepped up all season long for this group, so I wouldn't be shocked to see him have a nice day at the plate here in the finale. And let's be honest, the Sox need this one. It's another big game, early on in this season where you want to feel good about this group and the consistency that we know that they can put together based on the talent of this group. But it's all about, of course, putting it together and doing that and actually being consistent with it. But offensively, Campbell's been a huge part of the equation. He's hit right-handed pitchers really well, too. I think that's another important thing to remember. He's hitting .322 with a .398 on base percentage and a .529 slugging percentage against right-handed pitchers. And that's what Paddock is. So it's a perfect formula for him to have a nice day at the plate. We'll see if he can ultimately cash that in. But again, Christian Campbell, 2 or more total bases today. That's my lock of the game, presented by Interlock Roofing. Never re-roof again, NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com. Time now for the Subaru of New England scoreboard update. There's a lot to love about the trusted 2025 Subaru Forester Hybrid. Learn more at SubaruofNewEngland.com. We take a look at games right now that are on the slate today, and the Yankees and the Tampa Bay Rays are in a rain delay already in the Bronx. Will Warren was slated to start for the Yankees in that contest, and that is the final game of that series. Rays won yesterday. Yankees won on Friday. But the Yankees, they still have the edge over the Red Sox by 2 games in the American League East. And the Sox had a chance to pick up a game, obviously, yesterday, but did not do so. At the same time, with the Yankees still losing, the Sox are still just 2 games back. Baltimore's at home against Kansas City, and how about the tough start of the year for the Orioles, who are 13-19 on the year? We know how tough it's been from a starting pitching standpoint, but on top of that, they've also been shut out 5 times this year already. So the offense has just not been as good as expected. And then you couple that with the bad starting pitching. It's no wonder this team right now is in last place right now in the division at 13-19. The Royals, they're 18-16. And then Cleveland's taken on the Toronto Blue Jays, and the Blue Jays fell yesterday as Daniel Schneemann hit a go-ahead grand slam in the 9th inning in yesterday's game as the Guardians ended up winning at 5-3. But that game gets rolling at 1:37. Bowden Francis on the hill for Toronto, who got roughed up by the Red Sox last time he took the hill. Other games this afternoon, Marlins at home against the A's. That's a 1:40 start time. Phillies at home against the D-backs, and the Phillies have been playing a whole lot better. 19-14. They beat the Diamondbacks yesterday. That's a 2:05 start out at Citizens Bank Park. The Cubs are 21-13. Pete Crow Armstrong, 6 home runs and 16 RBIs over his last 10 games. He's been one of the best stories in baseball, as have been the Northsiders, who are, again, playing at 2:10 against the Brewers. Houston is on the road in Chicago on the south side. That's a 2:10 start time at Wright Field. And then the Mariners, they play at 2:35 against the Rangers. The Mariners have won 6 in a row, and they're 16-4 since April 9th. That is the best record in Major League Baseball. Other afternoon games, Giants at home against the Rockies. That's a 4:05 start time. Giants 21-13, Rockies 6-27. They look to avoid being the 3rd team in the modern era to lose 28 of the first 34 games of the season. Angels at home against the Tigers, 4:07 start. Detroit 21-13, best record in the AL. And then the Nats take on the Reds at 4:10 in Cincinnati. You've been listening to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Want to thank Mike Monaco for hopping on, and also David Azer. Great work at the flagship WEEI. I'm Joe Weil. Hang tight. Red Sox versus Twins with Garrett Crochet on the bump. Coming up next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Network.
You've been listening to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Mass Mutual, insurance, planning, investments. The Red Sox are coming up next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The Beauty Rest Memorial Day mattress sale, now at Raymore and Flanagan. Save up to $600 on select Beauty Rest black mattresses. Plus get free next day mattress delivery and interest-free financing for up to 72 months at Raymore and Flanagan.
Lowe's helps refresh your garden in time for Mother's Day. Right now, get 5 bags of 1.5 cubic foot Scott's Naturescapes mulch for just $10. Plus, select 1.5 gallon annuals hanging baskets make the perfect gift. Now 2 for only $15. The best garden starts with great deals. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 5/7. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase.
The Beauty Rest Memorial Day mattress sale, now at Raymore and Flanagan. A century of innovation has led us to this. Save up to $600 on select Beauty Rest black mattresses, designed to give you unparalleled motion separation and end of support. Or step into a world-class sleep-ins and save $200 on select Beauty Rest world-class mattresses. Plus get free next-day mattress delivery and combine sale pricing with interest-free financing for up to 72 months. Now at Raymore and Flanagan.
You didn't start a business just to keep the lights on. You're here to sell more today than yesterday. You're here to win. Lucky for you, Shopify built the best converting checkout on the planet. Like the just one tapping, ridiculously fast acting, sky-high sales stacking, champion of checkouts. That's the good stuff right there. So if your business is in it to win it, win with Shopify. Start your free trial today at shopify.com/win.
When you're ready to replace windows in your home with Marvin Windows and Doors, the team at Riverhead Building Supply can help.
We know that the installation process can seem scary, but we'll put your mind at ease.
Browse our complete replacement window and door collection to learn how Marvin Windows and Doors offer durability, style, and strength.
We'll help you select your new Marvin Windows and Doors.
Visit a Riverhead Building Supply location or rbscorp.com.
Get your family four-pack to see the New England Revolution take on the San Jose Earthquakes at Gillette Stadium on Saturday, May 17th at 7:30.
This price are up.
Get 4 tickets, saving up to 33% off box office prices, plus 4 concession vouchers valued at $70. Saturday, May 17th. Get your tickets at revolutionsoccer.net/tickets. That's revolutionsoccer.net.
I think it's finally time to DIY the laundry room. And this time, I really mean it. I just don't know where to start.
When you stop at Gulf, one thing you'll never have to think about is the fuel you're putting in your tank.
Cabinets? Paint?
So you can concentrate on other things.
Is shiplap still trendy?
And with the Gulf Pay app, you'll get exclusive offers like 5 cents off per gallon every day. See app for details. Gulf. It all starts here.
Do you cringe every time you hear heavy rains in the weather forecast? Are you tired of running downstairs to clean up puddles of water? Stop bailing out your basement and contact the team at CrackX. CrackX can repair floor cracks, settling issues, and then seal the rodents and insects out. CrackX can also fix leaks around pipe penetration, tie holes, bulkhead joints, and other weaknesses in your concrete walls. Send pictures of your problem areas to crackx.com for a free estimate. That's crack-x.com.
This is Red Sox baseball.
Can you believe it?
On the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
And the left field, adios.
Sale winds, he fires. Swing and a miss, quickly, it's over.
And the Red Sox win on a wall double by Devers.
Jump on his back, fellas, the Red Sox win.
The Red Sox on WEEI are brought to you by Shaws and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network. Subaru of New England. Find your authorized Subaru retailer at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Mass Mutual, insurance, planning, investments. Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
And that ball is gone into the front row of the monster seats.
Drains by James. Eastern Mass's choice for drain cleaning and pipelining. Arbella. Here for good.
Devers is homered in 5 straight.
Buy cars for kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today. Ford Trucks. Official truck of the Boston Red Sox.
Strike 3 and no-hitter. 23-year-old Trey Buchholz has no-hit the Baltimore Orioles.
Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Sponsored by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Duran will score.
Dig Safe. Click digsafe.com or call 811 before you dig. Cape Cod Lumber. Find the lumber for your next project. cclco.com.
Way back. Grand slam.
Citgo. Club Citgo can save you money every day. When you start with Citgo, you're good to go. 110 Grill. Gluten-free dining done right. C&S Wholesale Grocers.
It's gone. Into the bullpen.
Brought to you by FindMassMoney.gov. The Department of Veteran Affairs. Hackman Wealth Partners. Boston's premier retirement planning specialist. Herb Chambers. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them. Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com. Never re-roof again.
Swing and a miss. He got him. Battle won by House.
McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil delivery, as well as expert HVAC services at McFarlandEnergy.com. Northern Bank, your partner for growth.
Here's the throw. Roberts dives, and he is safe.
And by Verizon Wireless, the network Boston relies on.
Goodbye, Christian Campbell.
Now, with all the play-by-play action, here's Will Fleming and Mike Monaco.
On a summery Sunday afternoon at Fenway Park, we welcome you to the deciding game of a 3-game series between the Boston Red Sox and the Minnesota Twins. Sox won the first, Twins a frustrating victory last evening amid some rain. Hoping rain stays away this afternoon, Garrett Crochet is on the mound for the Sox against Chris Paddock. Time now for our national anthem, brought to you by BuildSubmarines.com. Great crowd and a perfect afternoon for baseball at Fenway Park. The Red Sox and the Minnesota Twins. Along with Mike Monaco, I'm Will Fleming, welcoming you high above home plate at America's most beloved ballpark. And Mike, frustrations yesterday for the Red Sox, just could not come up with the big hit. Kind of been a subplot of this entire season for the Red Sox. They keep getting people on base. They slug. They have all kinds of opportunities. But it has been sort of a 2-step forward, 1-step back kind of a season. And so many times when they've faced an early season crossroads like this, Garrett Crochet has been on the mound. You have to feel very good that the ace Crochet is on the mound.
You do, and great to be with you again, Will. And yeah, like when we talked with Alex Cora pregame, he said we did a good job putting pressure on them. We just couldn't finish it. And that's how you end up sitting one game above 500 through 35 games. And there's time, certainly. And he believes that it's going to win out in the long haul, that all that traffic over the course of 162 will lead to the results. But now you really need Garrett Crochet to win this game. You need to win series against sub-500 teams at home. And so Garrett Crochet gets the ball with a chance to do just that.
If you win series, you're going to be in the playoffs, and especially here at home. That national anthem brought to you by BuildSubmarines.com, where you'll find stable, sustaining, skilled trades careers helping bring the next generation of U.S. Navy submarines to life. We build giants because it takes one to build one. Crochet begins the walk out of the home bullpen. Alex Cora made the point to you, Mike, that this is all sort of new for Crochet, and there's been so much hand-wringing about arm angle and extension and velocity on the fastball. Talking to Andrew Bailey, a lot of that is by design so that Crochet can recover better between starts. I fully expect, just having watched him pitch this year, the hot temperatures here at Fenway Park, a must-have game for the Red Sox. I think we could see the best version of Crochet.
How exciting is that to think about on a very nice, warm, and kind of muggy day here at Fenway? The velo has sat at 96 with his four-seam fastball. The cutter's been 90-91, and he has talked about how that when it's 92-93, like it has been recently, something he just tweaked with his grip, that's where he wants it, and he's really letting that thing rip. This could be fun.
He's got a little Chris Sale in him, his own worst self-critic. He is into the first base dugout for the Red Sox. There are some lineup changes today. Carlos Narvaez is in. Christian Campbell is going to hit cleanup today, and really going forward for the Red Sox. And I think the The roles in the cleanup spot and behind the plate are super interesting to watch in the next couple of months. Mike, how about today's starting lineups?
Let's do it. It's time for the Morgan & Morgan starting lineups, brought to you by America's largest injury law firm. So let's meet today's players. For Minnesota and manager Rocco Baldelli, Byron Buxton ascends to the leadoff spot. He's in center. Ryan Jeffers is the DH in the 2 spot. Ty France climbs to the 3 spot and is at first base against the lefty Crochet. Carlos Correa is the shortstop batting cleanup. Jonah Bride is the 3rd baseman in the 5 spot. Switch hitting Brooks Lee plays 2nd and bats 6th. Harrison Bader's the right fielder roaming. He bats 7th. Trevor Larnach, left on left, moves down to the 8th spot. He's the left fielder. And old friend Christian Vasquez does the catching in the 9th spot and will work in tandem with Chris Paddock. The right-hander will face this lineup, as we'll mention, for Alex Cora and the Sox. Jarren Duran leads off in left, followed by Raffy as the DH. Alex Bregman's in the 3 spot and plays 3rd. Christian Campbell, for the first time in his young major league career, bats in the cleanup spot. He's the 2nd baseman back in there for the first time since Thursday. Wilyer Abreu is batting 5th. He's in right. Romy Gonzalez makes the 2nd consecutive start after Tristan Casas' injury on Friday. Romy bats 6th and plays 1st. David Hamilton's been hot. He makes a 3rd straight start. Today he plays shortstop with Trevor Story getting a day off. Hammy is batting 7th. Carlos Narvaez, as Will said, does the catching and bats 8th, and Ceddan Rafaela bats 9th and is in center with Garrett Crochet on the mound. We told you his velocity sitting 96, and tonight's Speed Report is brought to you by Verizon. Get to your local Verizon store today to check out the latest deals. The Baldwin Group defensive alignment, we look at who's protecting today's starter, brought to you by the Baldwin Group Insurance, Employee Benefits, and Wealth Management. If you can dream it, we can protect it. The Baldwin Group, protecting the possible. So left to right, it's Duran, Rafaela, and Abreu. Yet again, an elite outfield defense for the Red Sox. On the infield, Alex Bregman is at 3rd as Garrett Crochet leads the Red Sox out of the first base dugout. With Hamilton at short, Campbell at 2nd, Romy Gonzalez, like we said, starting again at 1st, and Carlos Narvaez, who leads everybody in Major League Baseball in defensive runs saved, regardless of position. As you heard in our pregame conversation with Alex Cora, he's behind the plate. He's got the red mask resting on his helmet. He pulls it down, he squats down, and gets ready to work with Garrett Crochet, who begins his warm-up tosses off the 3rd base side of the rubber, ready to go for the Red Sox at 18 and 17. The numbers for Crochet just excellent in year 1 with the Red Sox. The 25-year-old from Mississippi in 7 starts has authored a 2.05 ERA in 44 innings. That's tied for the 2nd most innings pitched in all of baseball. He has punched out 50. That is tied for 5th in Major League Baseball in terms of strikeouts. 18 walks for Crochet, and he's just been excellent. 8th in baseball in ERA with that 2.05, and we said this off the top, at least 5 innings in every start, 2 earned or fewer in 6 of the 7, and he's been really good. Last time out at Toronto on Tuesday, 7 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs. Both of those were earned on the home run he gave up to Vladdy. Walked 3 and punched out 6 in that outing. And now here on a warm day at Fenway Park, the Red Sox in the home whites trying to win a series against Minnesota after they made a late push last night in the game. After the rain delay, they got back within 1, but they fell 4-3 to the Twins. Minnesota grabbed 3 runs in the 6th inning of that game. And the Red Sox got a dozen hits, like we were talking about. They had their chances, but they stranded 10 on the base pads. And Alex Cora pointed out Minnesota's back-end bullpen arms very good, and they thwarted the Red Sox comeback bid. So, Crochet gets the baseball from Alex Bregman, standing on the grass right behind the mound. And Byron Buxton steps into the right-hand box, and for the play-by-play, the voice of the Red Sox, Will Fleming.
It is so fabulous to be with you again, Mike, and to be here at Fenway Park for a Crochet day. The big, strong left-hander winds, he throws, and Buxton drives one high into left field. Duran is at the track. He looks up, and it is gone. Wow, first pitch homer for Byron Buxton, and after 1 pitch, the Twins lead. That was a towering drive. Pitch right at the top of the zone. And Buxton back in the leadoff spot, launched.
93-mile-an-hour fastball. Crochet has talked about just pounding the zone middle to begin first pitches of at-bats. Byron Buxton probably aware of that. He didn't crush it. Only 98 miles an hour of exit velo.
That's a Fenway special for sure. Here is Ryan Jeffers in the 2 spot. Pitch to him is a grounder on the left side. Hamilton ranges to his lefty gloves. He double clutches. He throws to first in time. There's one away. Everyone is now becoming aware of the fact that when Crochet throws strike one, it's almost impossible to hit against him. And I'm sure Buxton said, you know what? I'm going to channel my inner Mookie Betts and try to launch the first pitch. And he did. So, a little jarring to begin the afternoon. 1-0 Minnesota. And with one down, here's Ty France. Pitch, swing and a miss with a grunt. 95 miles an hour, 0-1.
Yeah, the book's out. You said Fenway home run. The only other ballpark in Major League Baseball where that's a home run is Wrigley.
0-1 is a little bit outside. Yeah, too far towards left center to get out in Houston. That thing was sort of right in front of the left corner of the DraftKings sign in the front row of the Monster seats. 1-1 from Crochet. The pitch is drilled high and deep and foul down the right field line. Willier gives it a look, but out of play, and it's 1-2. He has been his own harshest critic, has Garrett Crochet. Said, I'm getting away with murder, which is a bit of an exaggeration.
We hope not.
Maybe like involuntary manslaughter. The 1-2 pitch is a little bit high and in. I mean, he's got some of the great swing and miss numbers in the game. The fastball velocity has been great. But by his own standard, he's not been perfect. The 2-2 is a swing and a miss. He got him. Sweeper in under the hands. France looked foolish there, and there's 2 away.
Yeah, that's coming to Pitching Ninja as well. We've mentioned that a few times, but that is what he calls a sword, and France just trying to hold up, but fooled on a back foot breaking ball that was nasty from Crochet.
So after the leadoff homer, 2 down. And here now is Carlos Correa. The pitch is drilled high and deep. It's gone. If fair, it is hooking and foul. Look out below at the cask and flagon. Correa, too, just like Buxton, ready to launch on the first pitch.
4 batters, 4 times first pitch swinging. I believe 3 of them were 4-seamers. Once was a cutter, so he's coming in with the hard stuff, and the Twins are geared up.
So now the cat and mouse game, the 0-1. Line hopper to short, off the glove of a diving Hamilton. And into the outfield. Loud contact here early against Crochet. So with 2 outs and a run in, Correa is aboard. 72 lovely degrees. Got going 1:36 p.m. Time and temperature brought to you by Hatfield Marinated Pork. Elevate your grilling game with Hatfield Marinated Pork tenderloins. Taste victory with every bite. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork, which is particularly fitting today. Pig on the mound. The pitch to Jonah Bride, right-handed hitter, misses a little low with a cutter, and it's 1-0.
When I tweeted out the lineup pregame in terms of defensive alignment, I just did the pig emoji on the mound.
I love that. You own social media. I need to sit down for a tutorial. 1-0 to Bride, the pitch. Chopper foul on third base side.
I know nothing of TikTok. I know nothing of many things social media related.
We've got a dude between us right now, my son Bailey, about whom I'd like him to know none of those things ever.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Good luck, Dad. 1-1 to Jonah Bride with a run in. Swing and a miss. Change up, and it's 1-2.
First change, pretty good one. To the right-hand hitting Jonah Bride there, just diving down and away toward the left-hand box.
Correa at first with 2 down. 1-0 Minnesota in the top of the first. The pitch is swung on and missed. He got him good change up. A little mini oink to end the first inning. 1-0. Twins lift off with Buxton. They lead 1-0. Chris Paddock to the mound. Duran, Devers, and Bregman. After this on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Thumbtack presents Project Paralysis. I was cornered. Sweat gathered above my furrowed brow, and my mind was racing. I wondered who would be left standing when the droplets fell, me or the clogged sink. Drain cleaner and pipe snake clenched in my weary fist, I stepped toward the sink and then... Wait, why am I stressing? I have Thumbtack. I can easily search for a top-rated plumber, read reviews, and compare prices, all on the app. Thumbtack knows homes. Download the app today.
Get your family 4-pack to see the New England Revolution take on the San Jose Earthquakes at Gillette Stadium on Saturday, May 17th at 7:30.
This place erupts.
Get 4 tickets, saving up to 33% off box office prices, plus 4 concession vouchers valued at $70. Saturday, May 17th. Get your tickets at revolutionsoccer.net/tickets. That's revolutionsoccer.net.
I think it's finally time to DIY the laundry room. And this time, I really mean it. I just don't know where to start.
When you stop at Gulf, one thing you'll never have to think about is the fuel you're putting in your tank.
Cabinets? Paint?
So you can concentrate on other things.
Is shiplap still trendy?
And with the Gulf Pay app, you'll get exclusive offers like 5 cents off per gallon every day. See app for details. Gulf. It all starts here.
Here at the Zebra, research shows the average person would rather endure a root canal than search for auto and home insurance.
Just try to relax.
Okay.
Or be trapped in a car for 8 hours with toddlers on a sugar high. Or remove a nest of irate hornets. That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com. We do the searching, you do the saving. I think I'll wait inside.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Jarren Duran leading it off in the home half of the first. The pitch from Chris Paddock is a little bit low. Fastball at 94. Paddock, a long-time big league veteran. 29 years old, long-time San Diego Padres. Been pitching well of late for the Twins. Duran has been hot. 1-0. The pitch drilled into left field, but it is right into the defense. Leaping grab out there in left on the track in front of the Mason sign by Trevor Larnach. That was a missile, but caught, and there's one away.
Man, how good have some of these Jarren Duran swings been the last few days? 109 off the bat, but right at Larnach, like you said, unfortunately.
Well, when he does that, Jarren, good things are coming. He's had pull power and liners the other way. So here now is Devers. Got a hunch about Raffy today. One down, the pitch is a strike. He'd like that one back. Curveball that was right there. And it's 0-1, but he's got the good mojo going, does Raffy.
I love when you, Will Fleming, have hunches, especially of the Raffy variety. So just clip it off right now because it's coming later.
He has that look. He's calm in the box, seeing everything through the zone. 0-1, the pitch is swung on and missed. Now that fastball got by him. And it's 0-2. Paddock, his last 4 starts has been very good. He got beat up in his first start of the season in Chicago, of all places. 0-2. Devers almost hit by a pitch. Spun out of the way. And it's 1-2. Last time out, 1 run in Cleveland over 5 innings. He has gotten virtually no run support this season from the Twins. 1-2 to Raffy. Bregman on deck. Here's the pitch. Raffy takes inside. He's done so much of that this year. Work counts, and it's 2-2.
Yeah, ever since that really rocky start with all the strikeouts, of course, that was well documented, he's been really patient.
He's rocking back and forth. 2-2. Here's the pitch, and it is outside. Another good take. I think that's also part of Raffy's mechanism that gets him dialed in, where he's going back and forth between left foot and right, not so static in the batter's box. He's like a coiled snake. The 3-2 is fouled back to the screen, 95 miles an hour, and it stays 3-2.
So we got Angry Lizard and Coiled Snake. Let's go. What other reptiles we got out there? Are those reptiles?
Yeah, they are. Well, I don't know that the Coiled Snake will quite stick with Raffy. The Lizard was almost angrily running around first base, but a good catch by Larnach. Here's the 3-2, and it is grounded hard and foul outside of first. And the count stays full.
The Angry Lizard got some love on Netflix, for sure.
I did credit Lou with that, at least.
Oh, you did?
He said, I just hear it all the time. He's trying to be less of an Angry Lizard. Running the bases. 3-2 to Devers. Paddock throws. Raffy takes inside ball 4. Well, I mean, that is such a good sign for him. In an 0-2 count, he works a walk. The American League leader in walks does it again. For Raffy, that is free pass number 26.
It's such an encouraging plate appearance, what he just did. I mean, laying off those fastballs that were up after the first one that he missed, but the one's up and in, and then takes the slider up and in for ball 4.
Here's the Red Sox hottest and best hitter, Alex Bregman. Pitch is a little outside, a fastball from Paddock. Good take, and it's 1-0.
Yeah, borderline pitch. Bregman gets the benefit of the doubt from Austin Jones.
Well, when you are the man who picks the Kentucky Derby winner, the home plate umpire defers. 8 homers, 27 driven in for Bregman. Raffy at first, dancing around a little bit. The pitch is a strike. That's a fastball at 93, and it is 1-1.
If you had a horse, what would you name it? Would you name it Sovereignty? Journalism? Microphone?
I hated how that became an online thing. Sovereignty over journalism, please. 1-1 to Bregman. Paddock stretches, he throws, and a curveball fouled back. Man, I think Bregman would like another look at that. Bailey, that's why you got to have your glove on. That was just below us, and it's 1-2.
Now he's ready.
Now he puts the Rawlings on. 1-0 Minnesota. 1 out in the bottom of the first inning. Bregman 1 for 5 against this pitcher. Paddock, the 1-2 is way outside his slider. And it's 2-2. The league is catching on to the fact that Alex Bregman is having the hottest start of his career. Intentionally walked last night.
For the first time all year.
2-2. Devers leads at first. Paddock sets. He throws, and Bregman swings and misses. He strikes out on a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Impressive from Paddock. And they're 2 down for Christian Campbell.
It's a fastball that has not generated a ton of swing and miss from Chris Paddock this year. It's got average spin rate. It's nothing exceptional, but Bregman couldn't really clip that one.
So here now, the Red Sox new cleanup man, Christian Campbell. Devers at first, 2 down. The pitch is outside. Good take. Christian coming back from rib discomfort. Really, mostly back spasms for KC. Light rain has begun here at Fenway Park. Just a slight drizzle. We hope to drizzle after this game, not during. 1-0. Pitch to Campbell is a strike. Didn't have to be. Slider, and it's 1-1.
Got some hash browns for breakfast today in media dining, but said, no ketchup yet. We got to wait.
Series win would get us into some Clarks. And just a very intermittent rain so far. 1-1. The pitch. Campbell takes outside. 2-1. I don't know that there's anybody, including Juan Soto, who takes pitches more violently than Campbell does. He starts and stops at the last minute.
It's incredible to watch. Everything about it is violent.
2-1. Good count for him. Here's the pitch, and it is high. Good take. Slider. And it's 3-1. Just imagine you're sitting in the stands, and in your hands is your first ice-cold Harpoon IPA of the game. If you're not at the game, find a local retailer at harpoon.com. Harpoon, firsts are forever. 3-1 the pitch. Swing and a miss. He chased a slider at the bottom of the zone. And it is 3-2.
Back-to-back sliders there from Chris Paddock. 2-1. Could have been called a strike top of the zone. And then he snaps off a really good one that was in the zone no matter what to Campbell, and he was in go mode on a 3-1.
Well, the wind is swirling, a light rain falling. You really hope it doesn't get bad, because the last thing the Red Sox want is to shorten and waste a crochet start. 3-2 the pitch. He is swung on and fouled off. His swing is so unique. A slider again at the bottom of the zone. It's 3-2. I really have never seen a swing like Christian Campbell's.
It's fascinating. Throws the hands at everything, and then he's stopping himself at the last moment for takes.
Arbella Insurance Foundation, dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting the Jimmy Fund. More on that in a moment. Rain is heavier now. 3-2 to Campbell. The pitch. Swinging a drive into right field. Backing up on it, Bader, and in front of the warning track, he's there to make the play. The inning is over. Well, pigs like rolling around in the mud. We'll see what Crochet does when we come back for the second inning. 1-0 Twins in the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Unparalleled performance, innovative technology, premium aesthetics. TimberTech Decking at Riverhead Building Supply brings you all that and more. TimberTech endures year after year without fading, staining, or rotting. Learn more at rbscorp.com.
Thumbtack presents Uncertainty Strikes. I was surrounded. The aisle and the options were closing in. There were paint rollers, satin and matte finish, angle brushes, and natural bristles. There were too many choices. What if I never got my living room painted? What if I couldn't figure out what type of paint to use? What if I just used Thumbtack? I can hire a top-rated pro that knows everything about interior paint, easily compare prices, and read reviews. Thumbtack knows homes. Download the app today.
Get your family four-pack to see the New England Revolution take on the San Jose Earthquakes at Gillette Stadium on Saturday, May 17th at 7:30.
This place a rock.
Get 4 tickets, saving up to 33% off box office prices, plus 4 concession vouchers valued at $70. Saturday, May 17th. Get your tickets at revolutionsoccer.net/tickets. That's revolutionsoccer.net.
Do you suffer from projectile dysfunction? That's when there's something stuck in your drains and pipes causing a backup. It can happen to the best of us, and Drains by James can get you unclogged and feeling free again. Projectile dysfunction can be serious if not treated right away. It will impact things at home, and you'll wonder why you didn't take care of it sooner. Go to drainsbyjames.com. Drains by James. They give a poop about your pipes.
Hi, this is Garrett Crochet. You're listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
Garrett Crochet looking to take the Red Sox higher here in the second inning. 1-0 Twins. Pitch is ripped foul. They are ready to go on the first pitch are these Minnesota Twins. 93-mile-an-hour heater. And it is 0-1. For every strikeout from a Red Sox pitcher during this season, Arbella donates $50 to the Jimmy Fund. 0-1 is outside. Met a kid named Riley Wheaton 2 weeks ago here at Fenway Park, battling a super rare heart cancer. 1-1 pitch is down, and then I got the wristband on. Riley's strong. They thought he just had sort of a heart infection, myocarditis, and arrived at Dana-Farber and got just a totally bizarre diagnosis. We're pulling hard for Riley. 2-1, Crochet throws, and a swing and a miss. 94-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 2-2.
Amen to that, first of all, on Riley. Second of all, good to see the sun poking through a little bit again, and that we just continue on, because like you said, that would be worst case scenario for the Red Sox in a rubber game Crochet day.
2-2. Here's the pitch, and it is fouled on the third base side. A sweeper. It really wasn't on the radar. It sort of popped up out of nowhere, and it's just this kind of day. There's just sort of weather and electricity in the area. Meteorologist Doug Lane is trying to give us some help. The 2-2 is chopped foul on the third base side and out of play.
Here's what I got with Doug's expert coaching.
Well, be careful.
It's a pop-up shower for now. He says we're going to get soaked later. Question is, how much later? Doesn't seem to be imminent.
2-2. This pitch is imminent from Crochet. Here it is. And it is high with a fastball. 3-2. He only threw 13 in the first inning, did Garrett. Herb Chambers batting order in this frame, brought to you by Herb Chambers Toyota of Auburn and Toyota of Boston. Crochet always quick. The 3-2. High pop-up, shallow right field. Abreu looking up into some drops of rain. Is there to make the play. And there's one away. I'll bring up Harrison Bader. Arriba, arriba. Channeling my inner Joe Castiglione.
That was good.
Just in time for Cinco de Mayo. Ground beef is on sale at Shaw's and Star Market. Get value pack 80% lean, fresh ground beef for $2.97 a pound. Strike on the top of the zone with a cutter. Crochet makes it impossible to do any spots. He goes so fast. Limit 2 when you use the digital coupon. Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Sox Radio Network. Go one swing and a miss again. Good cutter. That's the pitch he's been looking for, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, 90 miles an hour there. Probably his best one yet, just darting low on Harrison Bader.
0-2. The pitch. Swing and a foul back. Bader came up with the St. Louis Cardinals, was a can't-miss prospect for them. Had some big hits, great defensive player, then traded the Yankees, landed with the Mets, and now with the Twins. 0-2. Low. His favorite restaurant, he's a kid who went to high school in Riverside in the Bronx, is Liebman's Deli, which is also a favorite of David Pomerantz, one of our sponsors and most loyal listeners. Unbelievable pastrami. He sent us a kit earlier this year, the 1-2. Swing and a miss. He got him. Sweeper. And Crochet has got his third punch out. 2 down in the second. And we take 10 seconds for station ID in the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. We will
From
miss
the
a pitch.
WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Crochet facing Trevor Larnach, today's 8-hole hitter, is a fastball outside for ball 1. 1-0 Minnesota. In the top of the second, Byron Buxton hit a leadoff homer. The pitch. Chopped to first. Romy bobbles it, slides, picks up, throws to first, and it's off the glove of Crochet. Larnach is safe. He might have clipped the foot of Crochet at the first base bag. I mean, that was a hot shot, but that should be an error on Gonzalez.
Agreed. I think that's for sure going to be an error on Romy Gonzalez. Couple of hops and just kind of came up waist high. 101 off the bat of Larnach. But Romy didn't have to move too much laterally. It just kind of swallowed him up on a sort of back pedal.
Yeah, it took a weird hop. I mean, he's not played there a whole lot. Such a good athlete. 2 down, here's Vasquez. Christian into the right-handed box. The pitch is a strike on the outside corner. Still very light rain at Fenway. 0-1. Pitch, swing and a miss. The throw to second as the runner goes in time. They got him. I think the Twins will want to look at that. It looked like Larnach's foot was on the bag before the tag, but that is special release time from Carlos Narvaez. And actually, I take it back. They definitely got him at the bag. Carlos Narvaez, the best defensive catcher in the game so far, erases Larnach. And we go to the bottom of the second with the Twins leading 1-0 on the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Lowe's helps refresh your garden in time for Mother's Day. Right now, get 5 bags of 1.5 cubic foot Scott's Naturescapes mulch for just $10. Plus, select 1.5 gallon annuals hanging baskets make the perfect gift. Now 2 for only $15. The best garden starts with great deals. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 5/7. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
When it's time to scale your business, it's time for Shopify. Get everything you need to grow the way you want. Like, all the way. Stack more sales with the best converting checkout on the planet. Track your cha-chings from every channel, right in one spot. And turn real-time reporting into big-time opportunities. Take your business to a whole new level. Switch to Shopify. Start your free trial today.
Jones and Keefe.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
Now back to the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Wilyer Abreu leads off the second. He takes the fastball from Chris Paddock for strike 1. 1-0 Minnesota. Light rain continues to fall at Fenway Park. 7th batter of the game will come later in this inning. Brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers. The 0-1. Williard swings and misses. Fastball. There's been a little bit more of that lately. Longer swings and whiffs for Abreu. 0-2.
Exactly what Alex Cora talked about pregame. That Abreu recently, last few games, just missing some fastballs and maybe trying to get off the A swing too often. And Alex Cora thinks just go the other way and just touch it, was what he said.
Especially against 101 from Duran. 0-2. Pitch is very close, but called a ball high. And it is 1-2. He has told me that his ongoing battle is simplifying and keeping his head level and steady. He lunges out too often. 1-2. Swinging a pop-up. Foul on the third base side. Long run over for Bride, and it's into the seats. And out of play. I mean, his long A swing when timed up is beautiful, but he's so athletic that simpler opposite field short stroke can really be a weapon too.
And the other part of Campbell in the cleanup spot is it just takes a little bit of pressure off Abreu moving down a spot to fifth.
1-2 the pitch. High. Fastball, and it's 2-2. Boston's go-to injury attorney is Jeffrey Glassman. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, 617-777-7777. 2-2. The pitch. Swinging a foul. He's just a little bit off right now. Those are pitches that Abreu hammers. When he's right, he's frustrated with himself. He knows that was one to get to. He did not, and it's 2-2.
And the way Alex Cora described it was that Abreu was pretty down and frustrated after the game last night, knowing he had those opportunities, the likes of which against Duran.
2-2. Paddock throws. Willier drives one on a pop-up into shallow left field. The third baseman Bride is out, and they let it drop. Abreu rounds first. Total miscommunication between Bride and Larnach, and the Red Sox get a gift, and the leadoff man is aboard.
Bride and Larnach continue to speak to each other as they go back to their respective spots. In my mind, that's got to be the left fielder, right? Just totally calling him off. I mean, Larnach's there and just sort of passive in allowing Bride to think that he can make the play there, and Bride, realizing he's creeping out, maybe thought he heard something because he bailed out late.
Watching the replay, nobody called for it.
Yeah.
That's crazy at this level. Here's Romy. The pitch is outside, ball one. You see it so often the more you watch Major League Baseball games. Those kinds of plays change games. We'll see if the Red Sox can cash it in here. Leadoff man aboard. Remember, Abreu runs well. He leads at first. 1-0 to Romy. The pitch is lined into right field. That's a base hit. Abreu will have to hold at second as it got out to Bader quickly. My homie, a base hit, and the Red Sox have 2 on with nobody out.
Don't look now. Romy 3 hits yesterday. Line drive single today. Everything was up the middle yesterday. And today, fastball elevated, and he just pings one the opposite way. Really good piece of hitting again as he continues to get this opportunity, the first crack at it. And Alex Cora promised that Romy would get chances, even against righties, even with Abraham Toro getting called up with Casas injured.
He just continues to impress. All right, here's Hamilton, and you wonder what's in his mind here. I mean, he swung a good bat, but he can fly. He is a good bunter. 2 on, none out. Way in at third is Bride. The pitch, and he squares, takes it back in a strike in there on a changeup at the bottom of the zone.
First pitch changeup down from Paddock, and that's his beloved secondary, has always been that way. And yeah, the wheels start turning when Hammy steps up like this.
He can also totally slap one the other way. There's a massive hole on the left side of the infield. 2 on, none out. Cora on the second base bag, and now Paddock steps off. Get you into the Subaru of New England scoreboard in a moment. A little love goes a long way in the 25 Subaru Forester Hybrid. Learn more at Subaru.newengland.com. 0-1. They're in on the corners. Hamilton waits. Paddock throws. David squares and bunts it beautifully off the bat in front of the plate. Throw for Vasquez to first in time to get Hammy. That was a fabulous play by Vasquez. Could have easily been a bunt hit. Job very well done by Hamilton, and the Red Sox have him at second and third.
It was clinical for a sac bunt, and pretty good if you're trying to bunt for a hit there. Yeah, deflected off his bat, just deadened a little too much. And like you said, a real credit to Christian Vasquez, who in that one knee setup just pounced on that baseball very quickly.
He's had 2 really good bunts lately, has Hamilton. Has to be a part of his game. And now here is Carlos Narvaez, infield in, with runners at second and third. 1-0 Twins. Only 1 out. The pitch is high with a fastball, and it is 1-0. Carlos has had a knack for the big moment. 210 overall with 3 homers and 8 driven in. Paddock is ready. The 1-0 outside. Called a strike. Did not have to be. Probably shouldn't have been. But it's 1-1.
Should not have been, although the Red Sox probably got a couple go their way in the first inning against Paddock.
And kind of a big zone from Austin Jones. 1-1 to Narvaez. Infield in the pitch. Swinging a foul on the first base side off the ribbon boards. On the Aura Pavilion level. So now 1-2 to Narvaez. This year, he has not had a ton of success with runners in scoring position. 3 for 20, but you don't need a hit here to get a run in. 1-2. The pitch. Swinging a chopper over the infield, into left field. That's a hit. Abreu scores. Hamilton delivers a bunt, and the Red Sox score 2 on a Narvaez knock. Right behind Abreu comes Romy, and it is 2-1 Red Sox.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it. I mean, Abreu bloops one in, and you talked about it. How often misplays at this level turn it into damage, and the Red Sox benefit. Gonzalez stung a single, perfect bunt, like you said, from Hamilton, and a big old chop from Carlos Narvaez.
Well, that's the inherent gamble in bringing the infield in with second and third. Rain a little bit harder now, and here's Cedon. The pitch is chopped foul on the third base side. Incredible how often Cedon is swinging at the first pitch. But, I mean, that right there, along with the defense, think about the 10 minutes that Narvaez has had. Spectacular throw at second, and then puts the ball in play.
I don't know if he could have put the throw in the last half inning any better. I mean, it was right where the foot is sliding into the bag.
Cedon 208 with 2 homers and 15 driven in. Narvaez leads at first. 0-1. The pitch is high and outside. It seems to me, look, this Red Sox organization adores Connor Wong. They love the progress he's made. Pitchers like throwing with him. I think Carlos Narvaez is going to be the catcher the majority of the time, the way he's going right now. 1-1. 2 runs in the pitch. Cedon takes a strike on the inside corner.
You know, we talked about the Connor Wong at bat. I think thinking through it a little bit more, 0-1, maybe it's a little different for a hitter to get down 0-2 if he takes with both runners stealing last night, but I'm totally with you.
1-2 to Cedon. Sox lead 2-1. Paddock throws. Cedon drives one foul. The upper deck on the first base side, and it stays 1-2. Rivalry Report sponsored by River Spring Residences. Speaking of David Pomerantz, setting a new standard for memory care in New York City. 833-79-RIVER or riverspringresidences.org/radio. 1-2. Cedon waits. The pitch is outside. Fastball. And it is 2-2. The Yankees fell in Tampa last night. Rays got him. Actually, those games are in the Bronx, and they're in the top of the first. Tampa and New York scoreless. 2-2 to Cedon with Duran out on deck. Here's the pitch. Curveball ripped inside the third base bag. That's extra bases. It's going all the way to the corner. Narvaez rounds second. He heads to third. He's held there. Cedon. A 2-base hit, and the Red Sox have him at second and third with still only 1 out.
And don't look now, but they are really driving up this pitch count of Chris Paddock. It was a hanging breaking ball to Cedon Rafaela, and he pulls it right down the line beautifully. I mean, you've got to do damage with a pitch like that, and Rafaela does.
So now for the second time in the inning, as Pete Mackey, the pitching coach, comes to the mound, the Red Sox have second and third with only 1 out. And Paddock is fussing with his cleats and stirrups. Alex Bregman, Pete Fatsy are going crazy with Cedon at second base. Every time you look at Alex Bregman, he's right in the middle of everything. It's obvious he's had some conversations with Rafaela in the hitters' meetings, and it paid off right there. Tampa actually has 2 on with 2 out in the top of the first at the stadium in the Bronx. Guardians got a grand slam from Schneemann in the 9th inning to beat the Blue Jays last night. And they're scoreless in the 3rd inning today in Toronto.
When you say Schneemann, I just think Newman. That's where my mind goes.
Hello, Schneemann. I don't think he's ever been a postal worker. Here comes Duran. Jaron crushed the ball to left field. That same swing would get a run in, but he's thinking much more right here. 2-1 Sox. Infield in again. The pitch is inside. Slider, and it's 1-0. It's remarkable how powerful this offense can be when the bottom of the order produces. Then you roll it over for Duran and Devers and Bregman. 1-0. Here's the pitch. Jaron swings and misses at a slider. Up and in. And it is a ball and a strike.
I've seen a lot of this against lefties. Paddock with sliders that come up and in. We saw it to Devers in the first in that prolonged at bat, and then again here for Duran.
Not only is the infield, and Correa is basically standing in front of the second base bag. Huge hole on the left side. The 1-1 inside. Fastball. And it is 2-1. Things get tasty here for Duran with Devers on deck. 2-1. Jaron waits. Paddock throws. And a swing and a pop-up back of second base. Correa, a long run. He makes an unbelievable catch. Back to the plate. A basket grab on the run. And they're 2 away. You wonder whether Narvaez, had he tagged, would have had a chance to come home and score, even with Correa's great arm. That is a spectacular grab in the Bermuda Triangle.
You expertly set up where he was positioned during that at bat. I mean, he was almost like trying to screen. Another hockey analogy for you. The base runner at second. He was standing behind the mound in front of the runner. He had so much ground to cover.
Here's Raffy, who takes outside and high a slider. And it's 1-0. Raffy's done a great job of this the last week or so, where picking up teammates, getting the big knock, especially with 2 outs. Narvaez at third. Rafaela at second. 2 runs already in the pitch. Swing and a foul on the third base side. A slider on a play, and it's 1-1. Struggling Baltimore Orioles. Kansas City in town. They're tied at 1 in the third. 1-1 to Devers. The pitch. Inside, another good take, and he's got the great body language going again. He spikes that back left foot out of the way.
The big deep breath follows. Again, Paddock's trying to come inside with fastballs against Raffy these first 2 plate appearances.
Neston just showed it. 375 with 2 outs and runners in scoring position for Devers. 2-1. The pitch is low, but called a strike. I guess it did clip the bottom of the zone. And it's 2-2. He didn't think so. The count now level. Second and third, Rafaela and Narvaez. 2-2 to Raffy. The pitch is outside. He's just been so patient, has Devers. A changeup, and it's 3-2.
Paddock's gone to that changeup now a few times these first 2 trips, down and away, and Raffy just won't bite.
You want to render the spectacular play Correa just made moot. It's up to Devers first. 3-2. The pitch is swung on and popped up in a shallow left field. Larnach is coming in. Looking up into the cloudy sky, he reaches up and he makes the play. Carlos Correa has saved a couple runs. Sox do, though, take the lead back. It's 2-1 after 2 in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Most people would rather remove a nest of irate hornets than search for auto and home insurance. That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com. I think I'll wait inside.
Se você tem mais de 55 anos ou vive com uma deficiência, o Centro de Recursos para o Envelhecimento e Deficiência de Rhode Island, ou ADRC, é o seu ponto de apoio. Receba orientação grátis de cuidados de longo prazo, como Medicare, habitação e muito mais. Disque 401-462-4444 para falar com ADRC ou busque RADRC online. Isso é um serviço do Escritório de Envelhecimento Saudável de Rhode Island.
Selecting Marvin replacement windows for your home is easy when you work with Riverhead Building Supply.
Marvin windows and doors offer durability, style, and strength.
Find out how Marvin windows can improve your home.
Visit a Riverhead Building Supply location or rbscorp.com.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
This call to the bullpen gives you a chance to check out all the great Ford SUV offers at buyfordnow.com. You'll find special deals on the award-winning Ford SUV lineup that you won't see advertised anyplace else. Whether you plan to buy from your Ford dealer's inventory or custom order your new SUV, visit buyfordnow.com and see how much you can save. And then see your New England Ford dealers for your new SUV.
You're listening to live play-by-play action of the Boston Red Sox on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Garrett Crochet has a lead now as we go to the top of the third inning. You'll see Christian Vasquez, then Byron Buxton and Ryan Jeffers in the Herb Chambers batting order, brought to you by Herb Chambers, Ford of Braintree and Ford of Westboro. 2-1 Sox, and for the play-by-play, here is Mike.
Will, thank you very much. So it is Vasquez who leads it off against Garrett Crochet in his 8th start of the season. The big lefty's first pitch swung on and popped up foul behind home plate and out of play. So another first pitch swing from the Twins, completing this first time through the lineup against Crochet, who is talked about being in attack mode. His 0-1 is a fastball that is called a ball. Looked like it grabbed the bottom of the zone at 95, but Austin Jones didn't think so. So it's 1-1 on Vasquez, who singled and walked yesterday, but has had a very slow season with the bat. The 1-1 is swung on and hooked foul, and look out in the Twins' third base dugout on a line. It sends the Twins ducking out of harm's way.
Almost smoked Mickey Gasper. Velocity's not the end-all be-all, but you want to see Crochet ratchet it up a little bit. It's been 93 a lot of the day.
He's averaging 94. His max is 95.7. A little bit below what he has averaged with his four-seamer this year. Here's the 1-2. Vasquez swings and misses. Strike 3 on a nasty breaking ball down. Narvaez picks it up and tags Vasquez to complete the K. That's already 4 of them for Garrett Crochet, and there's one away in the top of the third.
And look, he's talked about it openly, Mike. He said, I want to not throw as hard because I want to last longer in games. I want to maximize pitch counts and all those kinds of things. But it's something to monitor that he's changing the way he delivers the baseball so that he can recover more effectively.
Red Sox up 2-1 in the third. First pitch to Byron Buxton is swung on and bounced foul third base side off the netting. 0-1. And so the Velo bears monitoring for Garrett Crochet. Buxton homered on the first pitch he saw to the monster in left center his first time. The 0-1 comes inside with a cutter at 90, and it's a ball and a strike. Crochet has been excellent so far this year. Off the third base side of the rubber, the 1-1. That's down 2-1. We asked Alex Cora pregame what has impressed him the most about Crochet. He said, well, we've always known that he's going to bully guys at 97 and 98. Speaking of the velo, but Crochet's preparation has caught his manager's eye the most. 2-1. Swinging a pop-up that fades foul over the first base Sox dugout into the seats. 2-2.
It's kind of a common theme with all the new guys because he says the same thing about Chapman. He obviously echoes that with Alex Bregman, and that's a pretty special combination, elite talent with work ethic.
Cora said he's putting in a ton of work with Bailey and Veritek and the catchers. 2-2 is a breaking ball that twists down and in, called the ball, and it's a full count on Buxton with one out in the third and the base is empty. Red Sox up 2-1 after getting the 2 spot in the bottom of the second off Chris Paddock. Crochet's about to throw his 40th pitch. Wiggles the glove, winds, deals, swing and a miss. Pops away from Narvaez, but Buxton's just going to walk back to the dugout anyway as Crochet tied him up for another strikeout, and there's 2 away.
That's pathetic. I'm sorry. It's the big leagues. Who knows what happens? Wet track, maybe Narvaez bobbles it. You got to run to first base.
Fastball that just came running in, and Buxton swing and a miss. And then the ball skittered off toward the third base Twins dugout, and Buxton went there as well. Here's Ryan Jeffers, takes the first pitch changeup for a strike, 0-1.
He must not have known, obviously, that it popped out of the glove, but still, once you see it, go.
We're preaching hustle to Bailey. Base is empty, 0-1. That is outside, a sinker at 95, a ball and a strike. Red Sox up 2-1. Jeffers went first pitch swinging as well in the first. He rolled out to short. The 1-1. That's a strike from Crochet. It grabs the outside corner with a heater. 1-2. He's working at this great pace, and he is locating here in the third. Crochet's 1-2. Just misses down with a changeup that makes it 2-2, and Crochet took a half step toward the first base dugout. He thought he had it on a very good changeup to Jeffers, and he let out a yell as well toward the dugout. Peers in over the top of the mitt, 2-2 inside to Jeffers, nearly got him with a cutter that kept running in, 3-2. So back-to-back full counts for Garrett Crochet. Red Sox up a run in the third. Base is empty, 2 outs. The lefties 3-2. Swinging a ground ball up the middle towards second and past Christian Campbell on the left side of the bag into center. Ryan Jeffers is aboard with a 2-out single for Minnesota here in the top of the third. Third inning is brought to you by Citgo. Whether you're crossing the state line or just going cross town, Club Citgo can save you money on every fill-up along the way. When you start with Citgo, you're good to go. And hey, sign your kids up for Kid Nation, presented by Dick's Sporting Goods, the official youth fan club of the Boston Red Sox. Score exclusive perks, including free kids tickets, redsox.com/KidNation. Here's Ty France, first pitch swinging, pokes one in the air behind second. Campbell makes the catch shoulder high, and the inning is over. Just a 2-out single from Jeffers against Garrett Crochet, and in the middle of the third at Fenway Park, the Red Sox lead the Twins 2-1 on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Network.
Thumbtack presents Uncertainty Strikes. I was surrounded. The aisle and the options were closing in. There were paint rollers, satin and matte finish, angle brushes, and natural bristles. There were too many choices. What if I never got my living room painted? What if I couldn't figure out what type of paint to use? What if I just used Thumbtack? I can hire a top-rated pro that knows everything about interior paint, easily compare prices, and read reviews. Thumbtack knows homes. Download the app today.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Get your family 4-pack to see the New England Revolution take on the San Jose Earthquakes at Gillette Stadium on Saturday, May 17th at 7:30.
This place erupts.
Get 4 tickets, saving up to 33% off box office prices, plus 4 concession vouchers valued at $70. Saturday, May 17th. Get your tickets at revolutionsoccer.net/tickets. That's revolutionsoccer.net.
Jones and Keefe.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
Now back to the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Red Sox up 2-1, bottom of the third, and Alex Bregman takes ball 1 from Chris Paddock. 3, 4, and 5 for the Sox in the Herb Chambers batting order. Bregman, Campbell, and Abreu. 1-0 from Paddock, swing and a miss on a good slider down that Bregman chases after he struck out on a heater in the first.
I do need to know how much he bet on sovereignty. I do.
You want to throw out a guess?
I don't.
Yeah, that might get us into trouble.
Let's just say that this dude makes more money by the time he finishes his first cup of coffee than most of us in a year.
1-1 is down. 2-1 on the well-compensated Bregman.
So he could splash a little bit on a hunch in the Derby.
Of course, he co-owns a horse with Walker Buehler named March of Time. Base is empty, 2-1. Bregman takes a ball up and away, 3-1 from Paddock.
And I think their horse had a big win at Santa Anita a couple weeks ago. Those dudes, just whatever they touch, it just wins.
Must be nice.
No kidding.
Paddock turns, rocks, fires. Bregman swings and pops it up. Foul ground outside of third toward the Twins dugout, and that will get out of play. Full count. Alex Bregman is 4th in Major League Baseball in OPS. Time for our league leaders and who's circling the drain, presented by Drains by James. Drains by James, Eastern Mass's leader in residential and commercial drain cleaning and pipelining at drainsbyjames.com. They give a poop about your pipes. 3-2. Bregman takes high, ball 4, and a good plate appearance from Alex Bregman. He works a leadoff walk against Paddock, and the Red Sox up 2-1 in the bottom of the third have the leadoff man aboard. So Bregman gets on, and here comes the Red Sox new cleanup hitter, Christian Campbell. The 22-year-old back for the first time since he got scratched Thursday with that rib/back spasm discomfort. Righty against righty. First pitch is a fastball in for a strike. We asked Alex Cora pregame about his favorite Christian Campbell life in the big league story, and it did not disappoint from the manager. Paddock comes set, chest high. The tall right-hander's 0-1. Campbell takes away. So they're facing Charlie Morton in Baltimore, and they go over the scouting report of Morton. And they're talking about what he throws. And Christian Campbell goes up to one of the Red Sox coaches and says, "Who's pitching for them?" He's told Charlie Morton, and he says, "Who? I don't know who that is." The 1-1 is cut on and missed. Healthy hack from Campbell, 1-2.
He's only been in the big leagues for 15 years. I love that. It reminds me of the Lenny Dykstra story with Steve Carlton. As a rookie, Carlton comes onto the mound and he says, "Who's that left-hander?" And the Mets were like, "Are you serious?"
Pretty good. Man aboard, nobody out. Last of the third, 1-2. Campbell takes down and away, 2-2.
But I think you're thinking along the lines of what Lenny did against Carlton, which is, in a way, sometimes ignorance is bliss.
That's exactly what Alex Cora said. He said, "I think it's working out for Christian that he doesn't care if he's facing Cy Young or Austin Hedges." 2-2, it swung on and lined in the air to center field. Buxton approaches and makes a hip-high catch for the first out as Campbell's retired against a man named Chris Paddock, and there's still a man aboard.
Who?
We've heard of him over the first 3 innings, and a couple looks for Campbell against Paddock.
2 line drives. I mean, the guy takes a couple days off, and he just comes back hitting rockets.
We told you he absolutely peppered the monster in BP yesterday, and KC gets back in the lineup today. So 1 out, 1 on for Willier. Red Sox up 2-1 in the third. First pitch, Willier squares, and he bunts it foul toward the third base dugout with the infield playing the pull on the dirt.
Wow, just trying to be a shift beater there, but that also tells you what's going on in his mind. He's just not totally locked in. I don't hate it, though, given the way the defense was. I mean, the third baseman back sort of where the shortstop plays.
I told you, Willier's been missing some fastballs recently, so trying something different there. Paddock sets near the shoulders. Here's the pitch. Runner goes, swinging a foul, served into the upper deck third base side.
Didn't do too much of that. Again, 0-1. Bregman reads something and he takes off. And I'm not saying Abreu shouldn't swing there because it's an 0-1 count. He thinks he has something to handle, but bad breaks in a couple of these lately where the runner has the bag stolen.
And it's a tricky spot, right? In an 0-1 count, you don't want to get down 0-2 as a hitter, but that bag was stolen by Bregman. Instead, he's back to first with 1 out. Paddock's 0-2. Abreu swings and he pops it up. Foul ground toward the third base Twins dugout, and this one will get out of play.
Well, that's the one right there, too, Mike, where it's like, I know it's an 0-2 count, but Abreu, when he's right, he's not doing that. He's not weakly fouling balls off on the third base side. They are rockets mostly on the pull side, so he's just a little bit, the timing is just a hair off.
Yeah, Alex Cora wants to see maybe just a little less effort level with some of the swings. Said Abreu hasn't gone the opposite way in a while either. Red Sox up 2-1 in the third. Paddock sets 0-2. Abreu takes high and tight. 1-2 from Chris Paddock. Chris Paddock has the stirrups working like he always does. Red cleats, gray uniform, and a bright blue glove that he holds up close to his face as he leans over to get his sign. Straightens up, sets. Vasquez sets up away. The 1-2. Abreu swings, hits it hard on the ground. Pull side into right center field, a base hit. Alex Bregman bolts first to third. Abreu picks up a 2-strike single with hard contact to indeed the pull side. And the Red Sox have him at the corners with 1 out, up a run in the third. That was smoked by Willier on the ground at 107 past the second baseman Brooks Lee. So, more traffic for the Red Sox like they've had these first few innings against Chris Paddock. They got 2 in the second, but they also left 2 in a 4-hit inning. So now they're at the corners for Romy Gonzalez. Singled and scored in that second. Righty against righty. Paddock's first pitch. Gonzalez tried to check his swing. It's a strike, and it's 0-1.
That's the 5th ball they've hit over 100 off of Paddock. They've been unlucky, but it is loud.
They are seeing the 29-year-old righty well. At the corners with 1 out. Paddock's ready, and the 0-1. Gonzalez swings, lofts it toward right center. Byron Buxton bolts back into the gap on the track. He makes the catch. Bregman tags from third and can jog home easily on a sac fly from Romy Gonzalez that adds to the Red Sox lead. It's 3-1 in the third. Abreu holds it first, and there's 2 down.
Well, I mean, that's just another pro at bat for Romy. And everybody keeps talking about what they need to do. And I mean, I'm with everybody that I think the Devers thing makes so much sense, although it really feels like that's not a reality right now for the organization.
David Hamilton bats with a man at first and 2 down. First pitch, he swings and hooks one foul over the Red Sox first base dugout.
But what if this is a moment for Romy Gonzalez to just take that job and run with it? I mean, you don't know that a guy isn't an everyday player until you give him the chance to do it. And by the way, I think as this count gets worse for Hamilton, I think Abreu could very much think about going at first.
He runs well. He's got 4 bags this season. Righty to lefty. Paddock with a chest high set in the 0-1. That miss is down. Called the ball. Looked like it grabbed the zone, but Hammy will take it, and it's 1-1. Hey, Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center is the official hospital of the Boston Red Sox, providing first aid at Fenway and supporting Red Sox scholars. Learn more at bidmc.org. 3-1 Red Sox on a throw over from Paddock to keep tabs on Willier, who belly flopped back to the base. David Hamilton had a sac bunt his first time in the second. Was hoping for even a little more. 2 outs, 1 on, 1-1. Hamilton takes up and away on a changeup left up from Paddock. Paddock loves his changeup and always has. He was the first guy I ever heard the term Vulcan changeup from. Showed us the grip and everything back in the minors. 2-1. Swinging a fly ball lobbed gently into shallow right field. Harrison Bader charges in from right, makes a 2-hand catch, and the inning is over. The Red Sox add a run on a Romy sac fly, and after 3 at Fenway, it's a 3-1 Red Sox lead on Minnesota on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Network.
Lowe's helps refresh your garden in time for Mother's Day. Right now, get 5 bags of 1.5 cubic foot Scott's Naturescapes mulch for just $10. Plus, select 1.5 gallon annuals hanging baskets make the perfect gift. Now 2 for only $15. The best garden starts with great deals. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 5/7. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase.
Get your family 4-pack to see the New England Revolution take on the San Jose Earthquakes at Gillette Stadium on Saturday, May 17th at 7:30.
This place erupts.
Get 4 tickets, saving up to 33% off box office prices, plus 4 concession vouchers valued at $70. Saturday, May 17th. Get your tickets at revolutionsoccer.net/tickets. That's revolutionsoccer.net.
Time to reseed this lawn. What's the difference between fescue and Bermuda?
When you stop at Golf, one thing you'll never have to think about is the fuel you're putting in your tank.
Maybe zoysia seed is better.
So you can concentrate on other things.
I mean, how many types of grass seed can there be?
And with the Golf Pay app, you'll get exclusive offers like 5 cents off per gallon every day, along with a fast and convenient way to pay. See app for details. Golf. It all starts here.
Hey, Gen X. Obviously, we're not 25 anymore. But with Factor 4, you can feel like you are. With fish oil, turmeric, CoQ10, and garlic, it fights inflammation, supports joints and heart health, and helps you stay strong. It's our #1 best-selling product for a reason. Because like all Live Good products, it's top quality without the expensive markups. Over 1.5 million people have already made the switch. Are you ready? Get yours today at livegood.com.
Hey, it's Garrett Crochet from your Boston Red Sox. You're listening to WEEI, available anytime for free on the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
They're going to close very soon, sure?
And Garrett Crochet is on the mound for the Red Sox today as we go to the top of the fourth inning from Fenway. Fourth inning is brought to you by Cars for Kids, the easiest way to get rid of your old car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Donate now at carsforkids.com. That is cars with a K. 3-1 Red Sox lead on Minnesota as we go to this top of the fourth inning. 4, 5, and 6 for Minnesota in the Herb Chambers batting order, sponsored by Herb Chambers Chevrolet of Danvers. Carlos Correa is in the right-hand box. First pitch is a heater up for ball 1 to Correa, who singled to the pull side his first time back in the first inning against Crochet. 105 off Correa's bat. 1-0. Swing and a miss. Really good cutter from Garrett Crochet. Down and in at 91 to make it a ball and a strike. Crochet works with the white cleats off the third base side of the rubber. The 1-1. Zips down. Another cutter. This one missed. 2-1. We asked Alex Cora pregame, where were you when you found out about the Garrett Crochet trade? Because we all remember it. 2-1, swinging a line drive back off of Crochet up the middle, gloved by Campbell, throws on the run. Romy picks it for the out at first, and there's one away. Now that grazed Garrett Crochet on a comebacker. He's reaching up toward his nose on the mound. Alex Cora jogs out. Trainer Brandon Henry does as well, and Brandon Henry's got both hands touching the nose of Garrett Crochet. He's rubbing both of his thumbs on Crochet's face, around the nose, above the nose, below the nose, and now Crochet's talking about it, kind of wiping his own fingers around his face. Wow, you don't see that often, a comebacker of that sort that hits your ace in the face, but just barely grazed it. Correa hit the pitch back up the middle, and Crochet turned his head back toward the third base side, toward the outfield, and it did clip off of his nose on a comebacker, 87 miles an hour off Correa's bat.
Well, it could have gotten awful. I mean, he did a very nice job reacting there, Mike, to just sort of lessen the blow. But, I mean, surprised if it isn't at least a little bit broken. We get the side view of it, and it just glances off the cheek and then the sort of bridge of his nose. Man.
Can we talk about how the Red Sox have had absurd injury luck with pitchers the last few years getting hit by comebackers? It's outrageous.
It really is. I mean, it goes all the way back to Brian Johnson getting smoked in the face, but over and over again, these guys just keep getting drilled. And how about the toughness of Garrett Crochet staying in the game, plugged up on the right side?
He blows out what can really only be referred to as a snot rocket.
Yeah, blood snot rocket.
Yeah, sorry to be graphic, but that's what it is. He tosses home to Carlos Narvaez once and then appears to say, "I'm good," to Alex Cora and Brandon Henry, who will now stroll back into the Red Sox first base dugout.
But, I mean, everybody remembers Tanner getting drilled in the face, Ryan Brazier in a spring game where he just gets the ear ripped off.
Chris Sale, was that in the Bronx?
Yeah.
Too much of it.
Off his pitching hand, right? Shattered the finger.
Just too much. One of the bat boys is going to bring out a new and presumably less bloody rosin bag.
I mean, that jersey's going to get red. They're all laughing now in the dugout. They seem to have averted total crisis, but Crochet is now going to wipe his snout on that left sleeve all the time.
Wow. And Christian Campbell made the play, so one out, base is empty. Ty France takes a strike, or rather Jonah Bride takes the first pitch strike on the heater. So the Red Sox are up 3-1. We're in the top of the fourth, and thankfully Crochet stays in. 0-1 is swung on and pulled foul down the left field line to the second deck, 0-2.
I don't think he can see right now. I mean, we've all taken shots off the nose at some point or another. His eyes are watering. Incredible toughness.
Concede that the eyes are indeed still watering as he winds and fires an 0-2. Bride swings and he pokes it foul into the right field seats.
Well, here's the other thing. The right side of his face is totally swollen. Like, you hope there's not some kind of, like, little fracture there. He got smoked just below his right eye.
0-2 is down and in. Back foot sweeper didn't tempt Bride. 1-2.
I guess it's his left eye because he turned that way, but still.
But I would imagine it's all going to be swollen.
Yes.
He's still kind of looking through somewhat squinty eyes as he nods yes to his catcher. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Nasty sweeper from Garrett Crochet, who, bloodied and all, still punches out Jonah Bride on a disgusting breaking ball for out number 2.
Well, look, we've said it so many times. There is a lot of Chris Sale in this guy, and he's perfect for this market. The fans have already fallen in love with him. This is one of those moments that could just further endear him.
2 outs, and now Brooks Lee. Lefty to righty first pitch, swinging a number foul first base side off the end of the bat.
What a great reflex that was by him, to turn out of the way so he didn't get absolutely tagged by that thing.
His 0-1. That's down. A changeup, 1-1. Wow. Just remarkable that Crochet wears a line drive comebacker to the face, comes back with a punch out. Red Sox up 3-1, top of the 4th. 1-1 is outside. By the way, the Red Sox were working Chris Paddock last inning. We hit the 110th pitch, brought to you by 110 Grill. Gluten-free dining done right. 110 Grill, proud to be an official partner of the WEEI Red Sox radio network. Crochet's 2-1. Grabs the inside part of the plate. Late strike call from the home plate umpire, Austin Jones, but it's 2-2 nonetheless. Brooks Lee ran the count full his first time in the second against Crochet before he flew out to right. 2-2, swinging a ground ball on the ground up the middle into center field, a base hit. Brooks Lee steers a 2-out single into center, and the Twins have a 2-out base runner in the 4th, just like they did in the 3rd.
Well, here's something to watch today and going forward. I've watched so many guys who take shots, either particularly their face and head, and then they're a little reluctant on anything that comes back anywhere near the mound. And right there, Crochet did on that comebacker step to the side a little bit.
And understandably so. Here's Harrison Bader. First pitch to the right, he misses up. A fastball for ball 1.
I don't know how they have the toughness to do it, frankly. After getting hit like that, his extension, he comes so far down the mound, he's so close to the hitter.
You just stand in. The 1-0. Swinging a foul right at home plate. It's like Happy Gilmore, just in the strike zone. But seriously, we've both talked to Brian Johnson in the past, and it was an adjustment mentally for him after that. Former great Red Sox prospect, of course, talented left-hander. The 1-1, swinging a ground ball gently towards short. Hamilton approaches, gloves, handles the hop, throws on the runner, retires Bader, and the inning is over. Thankfully, Garrett Crochet's all right after he took a line drive comebacker off the cheek and the nose. Posts a 0 anyway, and the Red Sox in the middle of the 4th lead at 3-1 on the Twins on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
Lowe's helps refresh your garden in time for Mother's Day. Right now, get 5 bags of 1.5 cubic foot Scott's Naturescapes mulch for just $10. Plus, select 1.5 gallon annuals hanging baskets make the perfect gift. Now 2 for only $15. The best garden starts with great deals. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 5/7. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase.
Get your family 4-pack to see the New England Revolution take on the San Jose Earthquakes at Gillette Stadium on Saturday, May 17th at 7:30.
This place erupts.
Get 4 tickets, saving up to 33% off box office prices, plus 4 concession vouchers valued at $70. Saturday, May 17th. Get your tickets at revolutionsoccer.net/tickets. That's revolutionsoccer.net.
Yeah, boy! You're getting hungry. Very, very hungry. Now look into my clock. And when your boy Flavor Flav counts from 3, you're gonna go to Cane's and you're gonna order hand-battered, cooked-to-order chicken fingers, crispy crinkle-cut fries, and secret Cane's sauce. 3, 2, 1.
Order for Flavor Flav.
I guess it worked. Praise Raising Cane's. One love.
Art, Fitzy, and Johnson.
Weekdays 2 to 6.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Bottom 4 at Fenway Park on this somewhat rainy Sunday afternoon. Rain thankfully holding off for now after some showers earlier. Red Sox up 3-1, and they send up 8-9-1 in the Herb Chambers batting order against Chris Paddock. Carlos Narvaez takes a first pitch breaking ball that drops in for a strike.
I bet Garrett Crochet down in the clubhouse now getting some more absorbent material put up into that nose.
That sounds like what he would need. Paddock turns, the righty's 0-1. Narvaez cuts and misses on a fastball up. Garrett Crochet is what I think the kids would say is a dog. Like he just wears it off the face, stays in and strikes out the next hitter. 0-2. Breaking ball misses down. 1-2 to Narvaez, who had a 2-run single in the second. 26-year-old from Venezuela made his big league debut last year with the Yankees with a dozen ABs. Wave and a miss over the 1-2. He strikes out on a good curveball from Paddock, and there's one away for the Sox. This fourth inning bell brought to you by Boston's premier retirement planning specialists and the team at Hackman Wealth Partners with 4 offices around Boston. That is the second strikeout for Chris Paddock, and there is one away for the Sox. Here's Ceddanne Rafaela, first pitch. He swings and drives it in the air to right field. Struck well. Bader's back toward the track. He reaches up and makes the catch with his heels on the warning track. Ceddanne goes first pitch swinging again. Struck it well, but it's a fly ball out, and there's 2 gone for the Red Sox in the 4th. Red Sox up 3-1 on the Twins in this rubber game here at Fenway. Let's check out the Subaru of New England scoreboard. A little love goes a long way in the 2025 Subaru Forester Hybrid. Here's Jarren Duran, who's 0 for 2. First pitch, and Jarren takes ball 1. Learn more at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Blue Jays trailed the Guardians 4-0 in the bottom of the 4th. Rays up on the Yankees 2-zip, top of the 3rd. 1-0 is in for a strike. A changeup elevated. 1-1. The Orioles are playing the Royals in Baltimore. Kansas City's up 3-2 in the last of the 4th. It's Kyle Gibson's giving up some damage again. The 1-1. Swing at a pop-up. Off the hands, floated in foul ground up along first. Vasquez, the catcher, makes the catch on the dirt, and the inning is over. So the Red Sox go down 1-2-3 in the bottom of the 4th against Chris Paddock. 5th inning on the way. Red Sox 3, Twins 1 on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Network.
Do you cringe every time you hear heavy rains in the weather forecast? Are you tired of running downstairs to clean up puddles of water? Stop bailing out your basement and contact the team at CrackX. CrackX can repair floor cracks, settling issues, and then seal the rodents and insects out. CrackX can also fix leaks around pipe penetration, tie holes, bulkhead joints, and other weaknesses in your concrete walls. Send pictures of your problem areas to crackx.com for a free estimate. That's crack-x.com.
Ever walk into a room and forget why you're there? Misplace your keys more than you'd like to admit? Our brain slows down as we age. Protect it now while you still can with Live Good's Methylene Blue, the new tropic everyone's talking about to boost focus, memory, and mental energy. Live Good makes the purest, highest quality methylene blue. No fillers, no junk, just clean, brain-boosting power. Stay sharp, think faster, and protect your brain long-term. Go to livegood.com and shop all of Live Good's products at the lowest prices anywhere.
Introducing the new and improved Mega Millions, now featuring bigger and faster growing jackpots. Plus, you'll have better odds of winning. Every play includes a randomly generated multiplier that increases all non-jackpot prizes up to 10 times. That means bigger prizes overall with non-jackpot prizes ranging from $10 to $10 million. More Mega, more millions. Tickets cost $5 and the drawings are still Tuesdays and Fridays. Please play responsibly.
In Philly, everyone's reading 2025's One Book, One Philadelphia selection, The Upcycled Self by Tariq Black Thought Trotter. This year's celebration includes a family day with arts, crafts, and a movie, a night of poetry and art, and more, all hosted by the Free Library and inspired by The Upcycled Self and its powerful themes. On May 9th, join us for Who Owns Your Story, a discussion with local storytellers led by Jasmine Martin. Schedule and info at freelibrary.org/onebook. freelibrary.org/onebook.
Take Boston sports with you wherever you go. Download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
On we go into the top of the fifth inning. Red Sox with Crochet back on the mound, leading 3-1 as Trevor Larnach takes a fastball inside for ball one. I mean, the good news is that Crochet is really locating well. He's survived the deflection off the nose. 1-0. The pitch is swung on a miss. Great cutter. And it is 1-1. He has not, though, thrown hard today. I mean, the velocity down a touch, if not more than 1-1. Very close with a sinker. 94 that time, and it's 2-1. Again, part of this is by design. He doesn't want to throw quite as hard, but I think he's probably better suited. Couple miles an hour higher. 2-1. Crochet. Quickly into the wind, he throws, and a check swing and a changeup inside. And it's 3-1. There is heavy rain coming, so you do want to move this thing along. I mean, it's an official game after this half inning. 3-1 is a strike on the outside corner. 3-2. Neston had a great shot of a sleeping fan. I mean, it's 2:50 in the afternoon.
Never a bad time for a cat nap. What are you talking about?
No kidding. 3-2 is low. Good take by Larnach. Narvaez did such a good job framing that pitch, trying to give a good look to Austin Jones, but did not do the trick. So Larnach, a leadoff walk here in the fifth.
I love how you can just feel Garrett Crochet like living and dying with every pitch. It's not like crazy expressive, but it's an enjoyable amount of expressive, and I think it's part of the reason why you said he's so endearing.
Yeah, a true ace mentality. So, tying run at the plate in Vasquez, and he takes low. Cutter, and that's ball one. (3-1) Red Sox. Leadoff homer for Buxton in the first. Sox have responded. 1-0 the pitch. Vasquez takes outside. He's not quite sharp in this fifth inning. It's something to monitor going forward with Crochet. I mean, he did just take a liner off the bridge of his nose. And Narvaez, sensing something, rightly goes to the mound. Code word of the game is Trevor's Story. Make sure to enter your code word in the member portal today to claim your points. I just love so much of what Carlos Narvaez does behind the dish. Framing, blocking, throwing, but this kind of a moment too.
He leads all players in baseball, regardless of position, in defensive runs saved. Like you said it, best catcher, but his value is as good as anyone defensively in the sport.
And when you have that behind the plate, it's even more valuable. 2-0. Crochet throws. Vasquez takes a ball. I mean, that's a sinker that missed pretty badly. And it's 3-0. Danger time now because you got Buxton on deck and the big hitters for the Twins, as much as they have them, looming. 3-0. Larnach leads at first. Pitch. That's in there. Fastball, 93, and it's 3-1.
Yeah, take a little something off to get back in the count somewhat. Not wanting, obviously, a 4-pitch walk to the 9-man.
3-1 to Vasquez. Pitch is low. He walked him. Well, that is not good for Crochet. Consecutive walks of the 8 and 9 hitters here in the fifth, and you really wonder whether the nose and the mindset are bothering him right now. So he invites trouble here with Buxton coming to the plate.
11 pitches, 2 walks this inning for Garrett Crochet, and now, as you said, lineup turns over to those most dangerous bats.
Buxton is homered and struck out. 7 big flies on the year. The pitch, swing and a miss. Good cutter, and it's 0-1. Buxton has seen him 3 times and swung at the first pitch all 3. 3-1 Red Sox in the top of the fifth. Hazy, misty afternoon, the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Another good cutter, and it's 0-2.
That cutter's pretty sick. When he dials it up, that thing is moving left to right.
Starting to feel like a day that Edgar Allan Poe would appreciate. It was beautiful to start the day, but mist and rain have moved in. 0-2. Crochet says yes to Narvaez. Looks to the runner. Larnach at second. He throws. And a sweeper misses low, and it's 1-2.
Working on my meteorology degree these last 2 days. A small burst by Worcester and a big rain by Springfield, I'm told.
I guess that's the technical term, a small burst. 1-2. Swing and a foul on the third base side. I mean, Crochet has now thrown 79 pitches. Season high 110 2 starts ago right here against the Mariners. He's gone over the century mark 3 times, so has at least another inning in him, but this is the crux of the game in the 5th inning, right here. 1-2. Pitch. Swing and a foul. Buxton got a piece of a cutter. Tell us here at Fenway Park, Buxton, the 4th Minnesota outfielder to win a Gold Glove, along with Tony Oliva, Kirby Puckett, and Torrey Hunter, who's forever etched in the history of this ballpark. 1-2. Pitch is ripped foul on the third base side. He's just not missing as many bats today, Crochet.
I think he knows it with his fastball, and now third time through. By the way, Garrett Whitlock's up for the Red Sox. It's been all cutters and sweepers this at bat to Byron Buxton.
They want this game badly. They'll go for it. 1-2. Crochet throws, and he misses. Change up, and it's 2-2. So today, Crochet has induced 14 swings and misses, which is a good number by most accounts, just not by his. 2-2 is ripped into left field. It will hang up, though, for Duran. Hardly has to move one step back to his right. Got away with a changeup that hung up a little bit. That's a big first out.
Totally avoiding fastball with Byron Buxton there. We said it had been cutters and sweepers, and then back-to-back changeups. The first one didn't tempt Buxton in any way, and then the next one, a real good one from Garrett Crochet to get that big first out.
Here now is Ryan Jeffers, who's had some comfortable swings against Crochet. Ripped a base hit up the middle his last time. Hard grounder his first. 2 on, 1 out. 3-1 Red Sox in the 5th. Crochet battling. He throws, and a ball up and away. Red Sox baseball brought to you by your New England Ford dealers in the F-Series, America's best-selling truck for 48 years. And the official truck of the Red Sox. 1-0. Pitch. Inside corner is strike. And it is 1-1. Yeah, the sinker is down about 2 miles an hour. So too the four-seamer today. For Crochet, he's about to throw his 86th pitch. 1-1. Pitch. High pop-up into shallow right center field. Campbell goes back. Rafaela comes in and wisely calls him off. Pop-up priority. He makes the play, and they're 2 down. We take 10 seconds for station ID on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
2 on, 2 out. Will Fleming, Mike Monaco, Fenway Park. 3-1 Sox, but the Twins have the tying runs aboard here for Ty France, right-handed hitter. Crochet sets. He throws. France takes a high cutter for ball 1. Appears there's a light rain falling here. The 1-0 is a little bit low. This is a fight right now for Crochet, and I think almost no matter what, they might say this inning is going to be it for him.
I think that's a good call. I mean, he's at 88 pitches right now. He just hasn't had the command here this inning. You got Whitlock getting ready to go through the middle of the lineup third time through.
2-0. Big pitch. Here it is. And it is ripped on the ground to third. Beautiful pick by Bregman. He takes it himself to the bag, and the inning is over. If that's it for Crochet, well, he battled, bloody and all, and he gets the Red Sox through 5 with a 3-1 lead on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Lowe's helps refresh your garden in time for Mother's Day. Right now, get 5 bags of 1.5 cubic foot Scott's Naturescapes mulch for just $10. Plus, select 1.5 gallon annuals hanging baskets make the perfect gift. Now 2 for only $15. The best garden starts with great deals. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 5/7. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase.
Get your family 4-pack to see the New England Revolution take on the San Jose Earthquakes at Gillette Stadium on Saturday, May 17th at 7:30.
This place erupts.
Get 4 tickets, saving up to 33% off box office prices, plus 4 concession vouchers valued at $70. Saturday, May 17th. Get your tickets at revolutionsoccer.net/tickets. That's revolutionsoccer.net.
The Christian Arcan Show, weekday afternoons starting at 6. Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Well, the Red Sox looking for a little padding. Head into the bottom of the 5th inning, and they got the good guys to do it. Devers, Bregman, and Campbell here in the bottom of the 5th inning. 3-1 the score, and Garrett Crochet is done. He got the handshake and the hug from Alex Cora. He is all smiles in the Red Sox dugout. He didn't like it at first. He came out. No ace wants to 5 and dive, but given the stuff, the blow to the nose, I think it's totally the right call. Here is Raffy. Pitch is inside, a fastball, and it's 1-0.
I think one of the interesting things about Crochet's outing is how little he threw his 4-seam fastball. He only threw 15 of them in this game.
1-0 to Raffy. The pitch is swung on and popped high and deep and foul down the left field line toward the seats. That is 1 tick away from a ball launched over the monster. It is 1-1.
And don't think I haven't forgotten about your pregame call on Devers going deep.
Usually those kind of foul balls are great leading indicators. 1-1. Pitch. Swing and a pop-up. Right side of the infield. Halfway down the line, drifting toward the chalk. In comes France, and he's there to make the play. The prediction looking a little dire at the moment. 1 away.
There's time. Stay patient.
Yes, there is.
Paddock wanted a piece of that pop-up, too. I'm not quite sure why. He had Vasquez and France both on the scene.
Let the infielders handle those. So, 1 out. Here's Bregman. 3-1 Sox. The pitch. Hard on the ground to the shortstop. Cora goes to a knee. Backhands low. 1 hopping throw to first in time to get Bregman. Gets his former teammate. They're 2 down. So we got Bailey Fleming wearing the Foxy outfit here in the booth between us. And little Charlie is now watching back at home.
Let's go.
He's fighting through it right now. Charlie is.
That's fantastic. Bailey rocking the Foxy outfit up here. And with good cause that you should be proud of, right?
Yeah, in his first grade class. And he was did a great job this week. Here's Christian Campbell, who takes a fastball outside for ball 1. They give it away to 1 kid per week. And Foxy's getting a tour this weekend.
Bailey, attaboy. Put her there.
Doing card tricks before the game. 1-0 to KC. Swings violently and misses at a slider. It's 1-1.
He wanted every piece of Marblehead with that swing.
He did. I like Marblehead a lot.
Very nice.
Well, get some lobster.
I'm a South Shore guy, but we like there.
1-1 pitch is ripped foul on the first base side. Schumann family calls Marblehead home. Some of my great friends. Doug Lane is often found underwater off of Marblehead, getting lobsters and scallops by hand.
Bare hand, right?
Yeah. He does everything barehanded. 1-2 to Campbell. Paddock throws. Pitch is inside. Started being stopped, and it's 2-2. There's nothing like Doug Lane lobster that's like been out of the ocean by 12 hours. I mean, he brings them into the booth in these coolers. You take them home, steam them that night. Awesome. 2-2. Pitch. Campbell rips it foul on the first base side. Good job by the fans to deflect that thing. And it remains 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Deuce is wild. 3-1 Sox in the 5th. The pitch. Campbell takes outside.
It's like a full body experience when he takes a pitch.
It is.
He's crouching, like kind of stumbling. The hands, we already talked about that. They're moving toward it. Alex Beard talked about this at great length with Campbell recently, and that's what he talks about. He's trying to do that. Swing until he's not.
3-2. Here's the pitch, and it is rocketed high and deep into right field. Bader, though, has it lined up in front of the warning track. I mean, that's 3 absolute barrels today for Christian Campbell, and nothing to show for it. Charlie, we love you, man. You'll be at Fenway soon. Red Sox through 5, lead 3-1 in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
CrackX is hiring. Are you ready for a hands-on career with stability, growth, and great pay? Join us at CrackX as a concrete injection technician. CrackX offers competitive base pay plus commission, year-round indoor work, standard schedules with optional overtime, paid training setting you up for success. CrackX handles scheduling and customers. Be part of a trusted brand with room to grow in licensing or management roles. Apply today and build your future with us.
Get your family 4-pack to see the New England Revolution take on the San Jose Earthquakes at Gillette Stadium on Saturday, May 17th at 7:30.
This place erupts.
Get 4 tickets, saving up to 33% off box office prices, plus 4 concession vouchers valued at $70. Saturday, May 17th. Get your tickets at revolutionsoccer.net/tickets. That's revolutionsoccer.net.
All right, fellas, remember when your energy was through the roof and your sex drive could chase down a cheetah? Yeah, let's bring that guy back. Live Good Vitality is packed with clean, natural ingredients to help boost testosterone, energy, and, well, bedroom enthusiasm. Get the best men's hormone support and all of your highest quality supplements without the crazy markups at livegood.com. Live Good Vitality. Feel good, play hard, and, score often.
Hey, it's Garrett Whitlock. This is the home of the Sox, WEEI.
Garrett Whitlock takes over for Garrett Crochet in the 6th inning at Fenway Park with the Red Sox up 3-1. And the first pitch is swung on and popped up by Carlos Correa into shallow right. Wilyer Abreu jogs in and makes the catch. And there's one away. This pitching change and this slowdown in action is brought to you by Izervay. Garrett Crochet, 5 innings, 4 hits, 1 run. It was earned on the home run on the first pitch. 2 walks, 6 strikeouts, and 89 pitches for Crochet. And now Whitlock with 1 out and the base is empty. Here's Jonah Bride. Righty to righty, first pitch is a heater that cruises in, center cut for a strike at 94. Bride has struck out both times. Came against Crochet on a changeup and on a breaking ball. Here's Whitlock with the long red sleeves. The 0-1 is the off speed that misses low. Ball and a strike. Garrett's got a 3.06 ERA in his 11 outings. Whitlock 17 2/3 innings, 19 strikeouts, 5 walks, 1-1. Bride swings, tips it foul behind home plate, 1-2. So a call to the bullpen, and the bullpen report is brought to you by Interlock Metal Roofing. Never re-roof again. NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com. First time we've seen Garrett Whitlock since Wednesday. He's 1-2 twists outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. I was in Toronto. He came on for the 7th inning. Ended up giving 3 runs on 4 hits in his couple of innings in that 7-6 loss for the Red Sox where they blew the lead. 2-2. Brack swings and misses and strikes out on a fastball up the ladder. 2 away. Hey, want to win free groceries for a year and prizes like $500 in Shaw's gift cards? Or your child as an honorary Bat Kid? Well, enter the Shaw's and Star Market Grand Slam Summer Sweepstakes. Spend $50, get your code, and enter GrandSlamSummerSweeps.com. Now Brooks Lee, switch hitter from the left side. The first pitch is a fastball zipped in for strike 1 at 95. Brooks Lee so far, fly out to right and a single up the middle. Red Sox 3, Twins 1, 6th pitch. Swing and a miss. Really good changeup from Garrett Whitlock. Down in the zone to make it 0-2. So Lee will ask for time against Whitlock, who's getting a ton of swing and miss this year. Getting a lot of chase as well. 0-2. That's down and in. This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of the Boston Red Sox and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the expressed written consent of WEEI and the Boston Red Sox. 1-2 dips outside. A changeup there. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Brooks Lee. Red Sox got 2 runs in the bottom of the 2nd. They added a run in the last of the 3rd. They're up 3-1 in the 6th. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Excellent slider from Garrett Whitlock to strike out Brooks Lee. And Whitlock bounces back and fans 2 in a 1-2-3 6th inning. Red Sox 3, Twins 1 at Fenway on the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
Introducing the new and improved Mega Millions, now featuring bigger and faster growing jackpots. Plus, you'll have better odds of winning. Every play includes a randomly generated multiplier that increases all non-jackpot prizes up to 10 times. That means bigger prizes overall with non-jackpot prizes ranging from $10 to $10 million. More Mega, more millions. Tickets cost $5 and the drawings are still Tuesdays and Fridays. Please play responsibly.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
CrackX is hiring. Are you ready for a hands-on career with stability, growth, and great pay? Join us at CrackX as a concrete injection technician. CrackX offers competitive base pay plus commission, year-round indoor work, standard schedules with optional overtime, paid training setting you up for success. CrackX handles scheduling and customers. Be part of a trusted brand with room to grow in licensing or management roles. Apply today and build your future with us.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Wilyer Abreu leads off in the Herb Chambers batting order for the Red Sox in the bottom of the 6th and takes strike 1 from Brock Stewart. New pitcher on for Chris Paddock. Red Sox up 3-1 here at Fenway. Right-handed Brock Stewart deals, and Abreu takes outside. 1-1. Wilyer has 2 hits in this game, a couple of singles back in the 2nd and in the 3rd. Stewart pitching for the 2nd day in a row for Minnesota in relief. 1-1, swing and a miss. Good fastball at 96, up in the zone from Stewart.
There's 5% of Raffy in this hitter, Abreu, where he can get a little long, miss fastballs, and then one swing gets him unlocked.
And we are waiting for that from Wilyer. He's had some 0-fers here so far this weekend. 0 for 5 yesterday, 0 for 3 Friday with a walk. Stewart's 1-2. Abreu takes up and away. So 5, 6, and 7 here for the Red Sox in the Herb Chambers batting order, sponsored by Herb Chambers Mini of Boston. Gonzalez and Hamilton to follow. 2-2. Swing and a pop-up foul, third base side into the seats. Still 2-2. Again, Alex Cora said they're still good at bats. It's just a matter of Wilyer Abreu missing pitches. Red Sox ahead 3-1, last of the 6th inning. Brock Stewart works off the first base side of the rubber, 2-2. Swing and a rocket, skied into right. Bader backs up, and he's got room just in front of the track. And Abreu just missed it as Bader makes the catch for the first out. In the last half inning, Garrett Whitlock picked up a couple of strikeouts, and the Arbella Insurance Foundation is dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting the Jimmy Fund. For every strikeout from a Red Sox pitcher during this season, the Arbella Insurance Foundation donates $50 to the Jimmy Fund. Here for the Jimmy Fund, here for good. Red Sox up 3-1 in the 6th. One out, base is empty, and here's Romy Gonzalez. First pitch, inside, and it hits Romy Gonzalez, backing up on a sinker at 96. So one out base runner for the Red Sox, and Romy's had 3 productive trips. Singled in the 2nd, sac fly in the 3rd, and gets drilled here in the 6th. So it brings up David Hamilton. He's got a sac bunt and a fly out to right so far in this game.
I think it's run time for Romy.
Super athletic. He's been aggressive this weekend. Couple bags this season. First pitch not going, and the pitch is down and in to the left-hand hitting Hamilton, ball 1. Red Sox 2nd in baseball in stolen bases. Alex Cora was telling us yesterday we are more athletic now at first base. Stewart with a long hold, tosses to first. Gonzalez dives back with Stewart varying his timing, thinking what you're thinking with Romy.
Well, and he's doing exactly the right thing, Romy, is he's trying to get the exact right jump on him. He's sort of going back and forth, leaning towards second, then back. I think he's really thinking about it right here.
He's got a wide lead over at first. 1-0, he's going. The pitch is swung on and poked foul down the left field line to the seats.
Again, I mean,
third time this weekend?
Yes, and that's not a great pitch to hit either.
And again, that time it's 1-0. The first couple of times we talked about this, it was 0-1.
Totally different.
Alex Cora is shown scratching that salt and pepper beard in the first base dugout. Red Sox up by 2 in the 6th. Brock Stewart's 1-1. Check swing on a pitch down and in, and Hamilton offered, according to Chad Fairchild, down the third base line. David doesn't like it, spits out a seed and takes off his helmet as he ambles around the left-hand box.
I'd like to see that again. Didn't look much like a swing to me, but think about that 2-pitch sequence, how much it alters everything.
The whole inning. 1 on, 1 out, 1-2. Romy runs. The pitch is called a strike. The throw is not in time. Romy dives in head first with a stolen bag. Hamilton called out on strikes for out number 2. Romy does move into scoring position, but there's 2 away for the Red Sox and Carlos Narvaez. You know, by the way, we talked about Romy, and the Red Sox just announced that Tristan Casas today underwent surgery that went well on that left patellar tendon over at Mass General. So wishing Tristan all the best. Here's Narvi, first pitch, and he swings and fouls it back behind home plate. Tristan, unfortunately, if you haven't heard by now, out for the season after that injury on sort of a fluke play running down the first base line on Friday. Righty against righty, 0-1. Narvaez takes outside, a ball and a strike.
Well, and as we said yesterday, different messages from Alex Cora and Craig Breslow. But Alex continues to sort of adamantly say it is not going to be Raffy at first base.
Well, Breslow left the door open a little bit.
Which is different, right? They have different jobs. Alex has got to protect the player and do all those sorts of things. But I think that there is a cohort that feels like one major change is enough for Raffy in one season.
Which you can understand that line of thinking, at least for Devers. The 1-1. Swinging a tip foul right at home plate. 1-2 on Narvaez. Red Sox looking to add on a little bit here in the bottom of the 6th inning, up 3-1 on the Twins in this important rubber game, especially here at home for the Red Sox. Romy's at second. He got hit by a pitch with one out in this inning. And now 2 outs and a ball and 2 strikes on Narvaez. Slightly open stance, right-hand box. Brock Stewart, waist high set, 1-2. Breaking ball turns down and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Chris Paddock, by the way, the starter for Minnesota, went 5 innings, gave up 5 hits, 3 runs, all earned. 2 walks, 2 strikeouts, 94 pitches for the 6'5" right-hander. Stewart's 2-2. Swing and a pop-up. Left center field. Trevor Larnach from left creeps over into the gap, and he reaches up to make the catch. And the inning is over. So the Red Sox leave Romy at second and don't get anything more in the 6th. We go to the 7th at Fenway. Red Sox 3, Twins 1 on the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
The Beauty Rest Memorial Day mattress sale, now at Raymore and Flanagan. Save up to $600 on select Beauty Rest black mattresses. Plus get free next day mattress delivery and interest-free financing for up to 72 months at Raymore and Flanagan.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Get your family 4-pack to see the New England Revolution take on the San Jose Earthquakes at Gillette Stadium on Saturday, May 17th at 7:30.
This place erupts.
Get 4 tickets, saving up to 33% off box office prices, plus 4 concession vouchers valued at $70. Saturday, May 17th. Get your tickets at revolutionsoccer.net/tickets. That's revolutionsoccer.net.
Do you cringe every time you hear heavy rains in the weather forecast? Are you tired of running downstairs to clean up puddles of water? Stop bailing out your basement and contact the team at CrackX. CrackX can repair floor cracks, settling issues, and then seal the rodents and insects out. CrackX can also fix leaks around pipe penetration, tie holes, bulkhead joints, and other weaknesses in your concrete walls. Send pictures of your problem areas to crackx.com for a free estimate. That's crack-x.com.
You're listening to the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Start of the 7th inning at Fenway Park with the Red Sox up 3-1 on Minnesota. And today's 7th inning is sponsored by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Call all 7s at 617-777-7777. Will Fleming, Mike Monaco with you from Fenway on this Sunday for a rubber game. Garrett Whitlock had the 6th, 1, 2, 3, couple Ks on 11 pitches, and now he's got the 7th. Starting with Harrison Bader for Minnesota. Pinwheels the bat, righty on righty, first pitch, swinging a pop-up foul out of play, first base side. So Bader, Larnach, and Vasquez doing the Herb Chambers batting order, sponsored by Herb Chambers Pre-Owned Cars and Trucks. Bader has struck out and grounded to short. Ear high set in the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Good fastball, top of the zone from Whitlock at 95. Garrett's had the good stuff going here since he came on last inning. He straightens up. White cleats, 0-2. That's down and away. A ball and 2 strikes on Bader. Garrett looking to bounce back from being part of that bullpen loss on Wednesday in Toronto. Red Sox have been up 6-0 in that game. 1-2. Bader takes just outside at 96. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So the Red Sox lost those last 2 games in Toronto, Wednesday and Thursday. Split the first 2 here. Now trying to win the finale. 2-2 is down and away. Bader's come back to run it full, and it's 3-2. Alex Cora talked pregame about 2-strike execution from the bullpen. Can Whitlock do it here? 3-2. That is down, ball 4, so he cannot, and he issues a leadoff walk to Harrison Bader with the Red Sox up 3-1 in the 7th. Time now for the Subaru of New England scoreboard. A little love goes a long way in the 2025 Subaru Forester Hybrid. Learn more at SubaruofNewEngland.com. A's and Marlins tied 2-2 in the 7th. Cardinals lead the Mets 6-3 in the 7th. First pitch is in for a strike to Trevor Larnach, who's reached on an error and a walk so far. Padres up 4-0 on the Pirates on the road through 6 innings. Orioles and Royals tied at 5 in the 6th. Pitch is cut on and missed. Good changeup from Whitlock down and away to the lefty. 0-2. Blue Jays down a run to Cleveland in the 6th inning up north. Cubs and Brewers scoreless in the 5th in Milwaukee. Here's the pitch. Swinging a jam shot in the air, shallow left, and the shortstop Hamilton ranges out. He makes the catch on the outfield grass for the first out here in the 7th. And there's one gone for Minnesota. Yankees are down 5-0 against the Rays in the Bronx in the top of the 5th inning in that one. And here at Fenway in the top of the 7th, the Red Sox are up 3-1 on the Twins. Harrison Bader's at first, and the batter is Christian Vasquez. First pitch, and Whitlock misses high, ball 1. Vasquez struck out against Crochet in the 3rd, and then walked against the big lefty in the 5th. Crochet was 5 innings of work today. The pitch swung on and lined toward left center field. Rafaela sprints to the gap but has to play it on a hop. Bader moves up to second and stops there as Christian Vasquez singles into left center. And Minnesota's got 2 aboard here in the top of the 7th, with the Red Sox protecting a 2-run lead. I was well struck by Vasquez. He got a pitch up in the zone, a fastball from Garrett Whitlock, and served it into left center. So, 2 aboard, lineup flips back to the top, and here is Byron Buxton. Homered on the first pitch of the game, and then after that struck out and lined out to left. First pitch. He swings and rolls it gently towards short on the ground. Hamilton charges, gloves, throws to first on the run in time to get the speedy Buxton for out number 2. It's the only play David Hamilton had. It was hit very softly by Byron Buxton, and Hamilton converts it into out number 2. Hey, stay tuned after the game for the Nissan postgame show. You deserve a card that thrills you, and Nissan's got an exciting full line that'll put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Ryan Jeffers, the batter, and the first pitch is down. Ball 1. Hard contact from Ryan Jeffers in this game in the 2 spot for Minnesota. He's had a nice season with the bat. DHs today. A ground out, a single, and a fly out to center. 1-0. Swing and a foul back to the screen. 96 from Whitlock, and it's a ball and a strike. Red Sox up 3-1, top of the 7th, but the Twins threatening with runners at 2nd and 3rd. Big spot for Garrett Whitlock. Sets shoulder high. The 1-1. Swinging a line drive into left field. Durant bolts to his left, but it's past him and short hops off the wall. Bader scores. Vasquez right behind him, standing up with the throw into second base. And Ryan Jeffers strikes a 2-run single into left off the wall. And this game is tied at 3. That was smoked by Ryan Jeffers on a breaking ball that hung. It was left middle by Garrett Whitlock. And Ryan Jeffers tugged it off the wall. Now Ty France takes the first pitch up and away, ball 1, righty against righty. So the bullpen for the Red Sox with another wobble here. Man at first, the 1-0. France swings and lashes it foul, first base side out of play. France has struck out, popped to second, and grounded to third. Boy, Whitlock looked so good in the 6th, but then leadoff after Bader had fallen behind, but ran it back full and got aboard. 1-1. France takes a strike, top of the zone. 1-2. Larnach popped out, and then Vasquez singled. Buxton had the slow roller, and Jeffers comes through. And now 3-3 our score. 2 outs, man at first, 1-2. down and away to France. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, so the Red Sox will have work still to do offensively. They've got 9, 1, and 2 due up in the next half inning. Whitlock straightens up, sets 2-2, swinging a foul off the end of the bat, first base side and out of play. Gray skies overhead at Fenway Park with the light stanchions illuminated here on this Sunday afternoon. Whitlock in the home whites. 2-2. Breaking ball cut on and missed. Excellent diving sweeper from Garrett Whitlock to strike out Ty France, but the damage is done. Ryan Jeffers with a 2-run single ties this game at 3. Red Sox and Twins hit the stretch at Fenway on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Most people would rather assemble a 300-piece cabinet than search for insurance. That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com.
You didn't start a business just to keep the lights on. You're here to sell more today than yesterday. You're here to win. Lucky for you, Shopify built the best converting checkout on the planet. Like the just one tapping, ridiculously fast acting, sky-high sales stacking, champion of checkouts. That's the good stuff right there. So if your business is in it to win it, win with Shopify. Start your free trial today at shopify.com/win.
Se você tem mais de 55 anos ou vive com uma deficiência, o Centro de Recursos para o Envelhecimento e Deficiência de Rhode Island, ou ADRC, é o seu ponto de apoio. Receba orientação grátis de cuidados de longo prazo, como Medicare, habitação e muito mais. Disque 401-462-4444 para falar com o ADRC ou busque RADRC online. Isso é um serviço do Escritório de Envelhecimento Saudável de Rhode Island.
Jones and Keefe.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
3-3, bottom of the 7th. Cedar Rafaela swings at the first pitch, bounces it on a hop to short. Carlos Correa picks and throws out Rafaela. 1 pitch, 1 out, bottom of the 7th, with this game tied. New pitcher for Minnesota is Louis Varland, working for the second time this weekend. Converted starter, who'd given up a lot of home runs in his career, but he's having success in relief. Back to the top for the Red Sox, and here's Jarren Duran. 1 out, base is empty, first pitch. Duran swings and lobs it foul behind home plate. 0-1. So top of the order for the Red Sox here in the Herb Chambers batting order. Rafael Devers on deck. Jarren's 0 for 3. But hard contact so far. The 0-1. Duran swings and rolls it gently towards second. Brooks Lee gloves on the run, and the second baseman throws out Duran. There's 2 ground ball outs for the Red Sox quickly off Varland to begin the last of the 7th. A little love goes a long way in the 2025 Subaru Forester Hybrid. Learn more at SubaruofNewEngland.com. 2 outs, base is empty for Rafael Devers. He has walked, and he's 2. A fly out to left and a to first. First pitch, and Devers takes high, ball 1 at 99 from Varland. Hey, Arriba, just in time for Cinco de Mayo. Ground beef is on sale at Shaw's and Star Market. Get value pack 80% lean, fresh ground beef for only $2.97 a pound. Limit 2 when you use the digital coupon. Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network. 1-0 pitch is cut on and missed. 98 to Devers. A ball and a strike. So the Twins tied it in the top of the 7th. And now 3-3 in the home half of the 7th from Fenway. Varland winds and the 1-1. Devers swings and he fouls it back on 99. Center cut. behind home plate. Devers kind of shaking his head, looking down at his bat. He has just missed the few. Mentioned that fly out to left in the second. Chris Paddock had kept coming in with fastballs, and Raffy just got jammed. 1-2. Devers swings, and he strikes out. Made a piece of contact on the good curveball from Louis Varland, but Devers strikes out, and Varland breezes through a 1-2-3, bottom of the seventh. Eighth inning on the way. Red Sox and Twins deadlocked at 3 on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Network.
Yo, this is Flavor Flav, and I am coming at you with one of my flavor faves, Raisin Cane's. So when you're looking for flavor fast, order in a flash, online or on their app. Raisin Cane's. One love.
Get your family 4-pack to see the New England Revolution take on the San Jose Earthquakes at Gillette Stadium on Saturday, May 17th at 7:30.
This place erupts.
Get 4 tickets, saving up to 33% off box office prices, plus 4 concession vouchers valued at $70. Saturday, May 17th. Get your tickets at revolutionsoccer.net/tickets. That's revolutionsoccer.net.
The Beauty Rest Memorial Day mattress sale, now at Raymore and Flanigan. A century of innovation has led us to this. Save up to $600 on select Beauty Rest black mattresses, designed to give you unparalleled motion separation and individualized support. Or step into a world-class sleep experience and save $200 on select Beauty Rest world-class mattresses. Plus, get free next-day mattress delivery and combine sale pricing with interest-free financing for up to 72 months. Now at Raymore and Flanigan.
CrackX is hiring. Are you ready for a hands-on career with stability, growth, and great pay? Join us at CrackX as a concrete injection technician. CrackX offers competitive base pay plus commission, year-round indoor work, standard schedules with optional overtime, paid training, setting you up for success. CrackX handles scheduling and customers. Be proud of a trusted brand with room to grow in licensing or management roles. Apply today and build your future with us.
It's Alex Cora. This is the home of the Sox, WEEI.
Justin Slayton is on to try to keep this game tied, but Correa lines it off the glove of Hamilton into left field. David was right there. I mean, it's hit hard, but that's a play that needs to be made. More loud contact against Slayton, and the go-ahead run is aboard for the Twins here. In the top of the 8th, they'll score a single because it was hit so hard, and it's probably not ordinary effort, but he's also right there, and it hits his glove. So, troubled waters again for the Red Sox bullpen. Whitlock gives up a 2-run game tying hit, and now the go-ahead run aboard right away against Slayton. Here now, Cody Clemens pinch hitting for Jonah Bride. The pitch is swung on and fouled off his front foot, a cutter. It's 0-1. Slayton, of course, gave up the 3-run homer to Vladdy the other day in Toronto. And after a tremendous start to his season, a couple shaky ones in a row. So Slayton needs to hunker down here. 3-3 in the top of the 8th. Sox have lost so many winnable games in this last 10-day stretch. 0-1. Double play depth. The pitch is swung on and missed. A fastball at 98. And it is 0-2. Cody does have the ball that he hit out of Fenway yesterday. Oh and 2. Pitch, pop foul on the third base side. Roger Clemens' buddy Eddie Miller, who was in the booth with us yesterday, got the ball from a fan named John Sullivan from Norwell. They came to Roger's suite, gave him the ball. 0-2 to Cody Clemens. Pitch on a line to second. This one caught by Campbell. And Correa races back to the bag. If there were ever a more Boston name than John Sullivan, I've never heard it. But he's the guy who got the ball to Roger and Cody Clemens, and a memory they'll never forget. Rocco Baldelli said, look, I hope he plays for 15 years in the big leagues and has a lot of great moments, but he will never forget that, nor will I. 1 out, 1 on in the top of the 8th inning. Brooks Lee is the batter. Bregman way off the line and in at third. The pitch is popped up behind Hamilton into center field. Left center, really. Duran and Cedon come together, and Cedon says, I got it. He does. 2 away. Nice bounce back after the leadoff single against Slayton. You can feel certain that no matter what, if this game is tied or the Red Sox lead, no matter what, Chapman's going to have the 9th inning. Hoping to get there tied or better. Here's Harrison Bader. Go ahead run in. Cora is at first. 2 down. The pitch is outside. We just heard the attendance report. More than 32,000 here at Fenway. 1-0. Pitch to the right-handed Bader. Beauty. Cutter on the outside corner. 1-1. That report brought to you by Crispy Crunchy Chicken. If you're craving some crunch, fresh hand-breaded chicken tenders or a crispy chicken sandwich spiced just right here in the ballpark. 1-1 the pitch. High fly foul down the first base line. Out of play. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan post-game show. You deserve a card that thrills you. Nissan's got an exciting full line that'll put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Or as Jerry Remy would say, Nissan.com. 1-2 pitch. Is a breaking ball down and away. 2-2.
Buenas noches, amigos.
God, I miss Jerry.
So do I.
Lou is the next Rem Dog. But every single day, just about, I think about Jerry, what he meant to this place. 2-2. Popped up. Look out, Bailey. Right over our heads and out of play. He's too busy trying to lob popcorn into his mouth, catch it in the air.
Doing pretty well at it, I would say.
We got some hand-eye.
Oh, around and out.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Correa, the go-ahead run, leads at first. The pitch is rocketed high and deep into left field. It is way back, and it's off the wall. Rafaela plays the carom with a bare hand. Throw goes to second. The Twins are going to take the lead. A wall ball double. Another bullpen meltdown for the Red Sox, and Minnesota leads it 4-3. This broken record is getting old in the last 10 days.
It is, and it feels like there have been a lot of games like this that have followed a similar script here. Not just recently, but a lot of this season. And Correa finds a way on, and then Harrison Bader does the damage. It's a pitch elevated. Alex Cora has talked about executing in counts like that, and the damage done.
Fastball in a 2-strike count that got hammered. Here now is Trevor Larnach. This Twins offense doesn't hit. They came in bottom 10 in the league in runs scored and slug and all the important metrics. And unfortunately, this Red Sox season starting to get defined by this kind of game as the 1-0 pitch. Curveball swung on and missed, and it's 1-1. And again, it's been Whitlock and Slayton who've given it up. That really hurts. I mean, part of the problem today is that Crochet only gave them 5 innings. 1 ball, 1 strike. Chapman is throwing for the Red Sox. He might pitch the 9th anyway as a chopper softly fouled off the front foot. And it's 1-2. You have to think that the Red Sox will start considering a swapping of roles between Weissert and Slayton, because lately Justin has gotten hit really hard.
And Weissert's looked really good when we've seen him.
So 4-3 Minnesota, 2 in the 7th and 1 here in the 8th. 1-2. Pitch on the ground to the right side, through for a base hit. Abreu's got the big arm. Bader's going to come home. Willier's throw is not in time. Foot first slide, 5-3 Twins. Well, that was right between both Campbell and Romy. 2 guys have not played a lot at that position, and neither moved. I'm not sure that mattered in the end, but another disastrous relief outing for the Red Sox. When you think about it, Red Sox could have easily won all 3 in Cleveland. They dropped the last 2 in Toronto because of bullpen meltdowns. And then eminently winnable game here yesterday that fell apart for the Red Sox. And now today, 3-1 lead has become a 5-3 deficit. Here's Christian Vasquez, who keyed 2-run rally in the 7th. 2 down. Slayton is ready. He throws, and the fastball misses outside, 1-0.
You just feel like they were all there for the taking. Both those series, both games here these last 2 days, and obviously still tied here in this one, but it's been a frustrating few innings.
1-0. Chopper foul on the third base side. Well, and again, you know, it so often happens in the big leagues. If you give a team a slight opening, they're going to run through the door. And it might not be a routine play. Hamilton has to catch that ball that's lined off his glove. 1-1 is a chopper toward David. He'll have Bregman cut in front. Crow hopping to throw the first in time, and the inning is over. Twins 5, Red Sox 3. Caroline not so sweet today. Bottom 8 next in the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Get your family 4-pack to see the New England Revolution take on the San Jose Earthquakes at Gillette Stadium on Saturday, May 17th at 7:30.
This place erupts.
Get 4 tickets, saving up to 33% off box office prices, plus 4 concession vouchers valued at $70. Saturday, May 17th. Get your tickets at revolutionsoccer.net/tickets. That's revolutionsoccer.net.
CrackX is hiring. Are you ready for a hands-on career with stability, growth, and great pay? Join us at CrackX as a concrete injection technician. CrackX offers competitive base pay plus commission, year-round indoor work, standard schedules with optional overtime, paid training, setting you up for success. CrackX handles scheduling and customers. Be part of a trusted brand with room to grow in licensing or management roles. Apply today and build your future with us.
Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson.
Weekdays 2 to 6.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Trouble time for the Red Sox. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning, and one of the great relievers in the sport, Griffin Jax, is on 5-3 Twins. And again, this afternoon feels just too much like so many games in the first 35 of the season. Sox need something big to happen. They got the right hitters up, Bregman, Campbell, and Abreu in the Herb Chambers batting order, which is brought to you by Herb Chambers Sprinter vans of Somerville and Peabody. Red Sox 3 runs, 5 hits, an error. The Twins 5 runs, 9 hits, no errors. Updated box score brought to you by the Mass Lottery, who celebrate the game we love from the baseball diamond to the lottery games. Support all of our 351 cities and towns. The Mass Lottery, welcome to the state of winning. Red Sox have too much talent and have played too well in spurts to potentially end today with a 500 record. They've only got 5 hits. Bregman trying to spark something here in the 8th, but it will not be easy against Griffin Jax. The pitch is a strike. He blew up twice consecutively, did Griffin Jax. That's the reason he comes in with a 6.59 ERA. 7 runs consecutively in the middle of April. But other than that, great. The 0-1 on the ground to short, backhanded by Cora. He stumbles. He comes up throwing. It's low, but right into the glove of France on one hop. Bregman gone.
It's a perfect juxtaposition. Top of the 8th, bottom of the 8th. Ball hit out of shortstop. Ball hit out of shortstop hard. And one play turns into an out, and one play doesn't.
There's no doubt about it, and you understand why the Red Sox gave Trevor Story a day. He's been struggling. They want to protect him with all the health issues he's had. Hamilton's been a great second baseman, but it's been a little spotty at shortstop, and that was a huge play not made. Here's Christian Campbell, who takes a ball inside with a sweeper. So it's that same script for the Minnesota Twins. Jax in the 8th, and then Duran looming in the 9th. Got to get something here. Campbell waits. 1-0 pitch is up and in. Fastball, and it's 2-0. He got Bregman and Abreu yesterday, did Jax. In the last 6 games, he's fanned 11 of 21. Not bad. Campbell, you'd like him to be patient here. The 2-0 is pop foul on the first base side. Now, having said that, that was a sweeper that was center cut. So you understand why he offered it that. In that kind of a count, you want Christian to find one pitch in one location. That was it, but Just a little late on it. He's been snake bitten today. 3 hard line drives and hitless. Abreu on deck. You'd love him to be the tying run in this spot. 2-1. Pitch is high. Good take from Campbell there. A high sweeper, and it's 3-1.
A really good one. Looked like he wanted to offer at it. I guess it always looks like he wants to offer at it, but that was a pretty good pitch.
This is Christian's first time seeing this pitcher. 3-1 is swung on a miss. That was slider on the outside corner. A lot of spin against him, and it's 3-2.
That pitch is death. I don't know what you do with that. 88 away. It's going to be called a strike, and you're totally geared up to hit, and that thing just disappears.
He throws it more than anything else, does Jackson. You think he's going to do it again right here. See if Campbell can think the opposite way. 3-2. Pitch is a ground ball to short. Rolled over to Correa. He's got it. He throws to first, 2 away.
I mean, that's the logic, and that's baseball at every level now. Like 3-1 breaking ball, and the logic is whatever you throw 3-1, you're probably going to throw it 3-2, and a little rollover there from Campbell.
Man, the air has been taken out of the balloon here at Fenway Park. Sox had Crochet on the mound. He wasn't at his best, but he did give them 5 1-run innings. Took a line drive off his nose. And the Sox were rolling after a couple innings, leading 3-1, but now trail 5-3. Here's Abreu. A little low. And it's early. There's a lot of baseball left, but you start to wonder when the Red Sox will develop that killer put-away instinct in these games. They've let a lot slip away. The 1-0 is drilled high and deep into right field. It's at the track. It's at the wall. Adios! Wellier says bye-bye, and the Red Sox are within a run. It's 5-4 in the 8th.
Absolutely crushed by Wilyer Abreu. 110 miles an hour off his bat and just launched. That thing goes 420 feet. He got every last bit of it, and it's what we've been talking about. Like, it only takes one for him in a very similar way to Rafael Devers. And, man, if you just find a way to get someone on, you had said it, you would have loved for him to come up as the tying run.
He looks good in the Wally mask, so 5-4 for Romy. The pitch is low. Change up ball 1. There were signs of it in his last out. A loud liner to left, and then he just missed pulling one out. That was a hang. That is right there a swing that belongs in Cooperstown. It was so beautiful here. Romy fooled badly by a sinker. He was sitting off speed there, and it's 1-1. When he connects on his A swing, I'm serious. There's none that are prettier in the game. That was like Da Vinci. The 1-1 is fouled off the end of the bat on a changeup. 1-2.
I'm with you. It's just majestic. Like the way he crouches down and stays back and follows through and then looks up at it. Every part of it is pretty.
So back within a run. Romy in a 1-2 hole. Hamilton would be next. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him with that great sweeper, and the inning is over. However, the Sox claw one back. We go to the 9th inning, 5-4 Minnesota on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Get your family 4-pack to see the New England Revolution take on the San Jose Earthquakes at Gillette Stadium on Saturday, May 17th at 7:30.
This place erupts.
Get 4 tickets, saving up to 33% off box office prices, plus 4 concession vouchers valued at $70. Saturday, May 17th. Get your tickets at revolutionsoccer.net/tickets. That's revolutionsoccer.net.
When your boy Flavor Flav counts from 3, you're gonna go to Cane's and you're gonna order hand-battered, cooked-to-order chicken fingers. 3, 2, 1. Raising Cane's. One love.
Do you cringe every time you hear heavy rains in the weather forecast? Are you tired of running downstairs to clean up puddles of water? Stop bailing out your basement and contact the team at CrackX. CrackX can repair floor cracks, settling issues, and then seal the rodents and insects out. CrackX can also fix leaks around pipe penetration, tie holes, bulkhead joints, and other weaknesses in your concrete walls. Send pictures of your problem areas to crackx.com for a free estimate. That's crack, letter X.com. calm.
You're listening to live play-by-play action of the Boston Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Liam Hendricks is on for the Red Sox in the top of the ninth. It would have been Chapman had the Sox tied the game, but down one. Liam, who's looked really good last couple times, is on. He'll see the top of the order. It'll be Buxton, Jeffers, and Ty France in the Herb Chambers batting order. Brought to you by Herb Chambers MV1 of Massachusetts. Seems like a car Mike would like to drive. Mike's got a big birthday celebration on tap. Not his own. A little bit later tonight in Cambridge. Hoping he'll be toasting a Red Sox win.
Oleana.
Ooh, I've heard good things. The pitch to Buxton. Slider misses outside, ball one.
I'm rocking the old 2014. Still driving that. I don't want to hear anything from the haters.
Well, you also don't need to drive that much. You're on airplanes way more than cars.
Way more than I should be.
1-0, the pitch. Buxton lines it into center field. Over to his right is Cedon on the glide. He's there to make the play. It just hung up a little bit. And there's one away.
Hendricks is all smiles as Buxton jogs off behind him. He looked good his last time. He felt it was the best all his pitches had felt and looked in his first, 5-6 outings here. So that's encouraging for the Red Sox bullpen.
No matter what he says, it's funnier and cooler in the accent he rolls with.
So cool.
Here's the pitch, and it's skied into right field off the bat of Ryan Jeffers. And Cedon puts both away, 2 down.
I have not been to Perth, where Liam was born, but it is a place I would like to go to.
Oh, absolutely. Did you do the Australian Open? You were in Melbourne, right?
I did, and I went to Sydney, and I went to the Great Barrier Reef, but not out west to Perth.
Charmed existence, Mike Monaco. Here's Ty France with 2 down.
Sorry.
Tennis is the easiest gig on earth. I'm sorry. It just is.
You don't really speak.
Love 15. The pitch to France, swinging a foul. And they just got it figured out, right? Every event, especially the majors, are at the greatest cities in the world.
Melbourne, truly, and I'm prone to recency bias, is one of the coolest cities I have ever seen.
I believe that. 0-1. The pitch is a strike on the inside corner. 0-2. Of course, Liam and Byron Buxton teammates with the Twins. When Buck came up, Liam was entrenched with them. He's friendly with everybody. He got lucky with that call. But he'll take it. It's 0-2. Duran is warming the pitch way outside. The Red Sox due to have Hamilton, Narvaez, and Rafaela. They got Story, Wong, Refsnyder, and Toro on the bench. 1-2. I don't think there is a clear spot to pinch hit. 1-2 is outside. Maybe, just maybe, Refsnyder for Rafaela, depending on the situation. But right on right against the big splinker, especially since Cedon singled off him last night, I doubt it.
I agree. And has a double in this game as well.
2 balls, 2 strikes. 5-4 Twins in the ninth. The pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. Good stuff from Liam. And he keeps the Red Sox within a run. Yohan Duran coming on. Red Sox, as we said, Hamilton, Narvaez, and Cedon on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Yo, this is Flavor Flav, and I am coming at you with one of my flavor faves, Raisin Cane's. So when you're looking for flavor fast, order in a flash, online or on their app. Raisin Cane's. One love.
Ever walk into a room and forget why you're there? Misplace your keys more than you'd like to admit? Our brain slows down as we age. Protect it now while you still can with Live Good's Methylene Blue, the nootropic everyone's talking about to boost focus, memory, and mental energy. Live Good makes the purest, highest quality methylene blue. No fillers, no junk, just clean, brain-boosting power. Stay sharp, think faster, and protect your brain long-term. Go to livegood.com and shop all of Live Good's products at the lowest prices anywhere.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Get your family 4-pack to see the New England Revolution take on the San Jose Earthquakes at Gillette Stadium on Saturday, May 17th at 7:30.
This place erupts.
Get 4 tickets, saving up to 33% off box office prices, plus 4 concession vouchers valued at $70. Saturday, May 17th. Get your tickets at revolutionsoccer.net/tickets. That's revolutionsoccer.net.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Here we go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Red Sox trailing the Twins 5-4. David Hamilton will lead off, and because of that, Jonah Bride, the third baseman, is about 15 feet in onto the grass at third. I mean, David has really bunted well the last week. You just want to find any way to get him on base. With his speed, that would be a huge development. Here's the pitch from Duran, and it is swung on and missed. There's that splinker at 96, and it's 0-1.
So you got to gear up for 102 or whatever it is, and then you get a splinker at 96 first pitch.
0-1. Sox got the leadoff man on board against Duran last night and did not score. Hamilton 0 for 2 with a sac fly. Pitch. On the ground to the second baseman, Lee. He's got it. He throws to first in time. And there's one away. So the Red Sox down to their last 2 outs will pinch hit for Narvaez with Abraham Toro, which you understand. It's a very difficult at-bat for any right-handed hitter. And so here comes the Red Sox debut for Toro.
Signed as a minor league free agent in late January. Had an OPS in the 900s in Worcester. It's parts of 6 years in the big leagues. Switch hitter, like we've said. For his career, slightly better like this as a lefty against righties than he has been as a righty against lefties. And Alex Cora said to us yesterday, he just gives a professional at bat, and well, it's about as pro level as it gets here.
Use one here. 365 big league games and 34 homers. You just want him on base right here. Anyway, anyhow. The pitch is foul on the third base side. I think if Toro reaches, you might well run with Trevor Story and then bring Wong in to catch in the 10th inning if you get there. One down, bottom 9, 5-4 Twins. The pitch to Toro is a chopper to the right side. It's misplayed a little bit, but France recovers, backhands, throws to first in time to get him. Throw to Duran. Toro gone, and the Red Sox are down to their last out in Cedon. France really kind of took a faulty step there, but recovered on a backhand.
Yeah, it was pretty close to the line, and yet still almost problematic for him. He gave a high five to Duran afterward, probably sensing the same.
So here is Cedon, who singled to right last night against this man. 2 down in the 9th. The pitch is outside. Good take. Splitter. I sort of believe that if you took 7 pitches against this man, Duran, you'd walk.
Yeah, I think so too. That was not close.
Walk here would be huge. 1-0 with Duran on deck. The pitch is swung on and grounded to third, and it is bobbled there. Coming up, throwing from third. Not in time! Cedon lunges to the bag, and the Red Sox have the tying run aboard. Little stumbling play over there at third base by Bride. And because of that, Cedon beat it down the line. Twins want to look, but Cedon definitely beat the throw. Will not review it. And now does Cedon get into go mode at first?
Yeah, no question he was safe. And Bride, yeah, a little awkward over there. Odd angle, kind of going back on it like it surprised him.
So here is Jaron with some speed at first. Everybody up. The pitch is swung on and missed. That's that splinker at 97 miles an hour. He's geared up, and it's 0-1.
If it's a fastball, the game might be over. But Duran might have ended that thing.
Jaron 0 for 4, looking to extend his on-base streak here. Bigger fish to fry, though. Trailing by a run. Duran v. Duran. The pitch is swung on and missed. Another splitter. And the Red Sox are down to their last strike.
Those are so good. 97, 95, bottom of the zone. They're going to be called strikes if you don't swing.
2 down, 2 strikes, bottom 9. Red Sox trail by a run. Duran Calls time, steps back in. And now they're going to tell Duran he's got to make eye contact with Jaron. Two really dispiriting losses in Toronto against a struggling ball club. One of them, they had a 6-0 lead as Vasquez goes to the mound. Then the next night, 2-0 Red Sox lead. They fell apart late. They won the opener in this series, and yesterday the game gets away. And now a strike away from losing another series to a team that was scuffling coming in.
A team that you just felt like you had to at least take 2 of 3 against, and especially with Garrett Crochet going today. And he really had to labor through 5, got hit with the comebacker. Last hopes here.
Fans are up. 0-2 to Jaron. Cedon leading at first. Long set. Pitch is swung on and missed. He got him. Ball game is over, and the Red Sox fall here today, 5-4. Another disappointing game and series. The bullpen gives up 4 in the late innings. Minnesota wins back-to-back games. The Red Sox back at 500, and this one, unfortunately, feels like way too many games in the season's first 5 weeks. 5-4, Minnesota. Nissan postgame show is next to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI, Red Sox Radio Network.
When your boy Flavor Flav counts from 3, you're gonna go to Cane's and you're gonna order hand-battered, cooked-to-order chicken fingers. 3, 2, 1. Raising Cane's. One love.
Thumbtack presents Uncertainty Strikes. I was surrounded. The aisle and the options were closing in. There were paint rollers, satin and matte finish, angle brushes, and natural bristles. There were too many choices. What if I never got my living room painted? What if I couldn't figure out what type of paint to use? What if I just used Thumbtack? I can hire a top-rated pro that knows everything about interior paint, easily compare prices, and read reviews. Thumbtack knows homes. Download the app today.
Need better internet? Cox Internet has the fast, reliable speeds you're looking for. Perfect for seamless streaming, gaming, and working from home. And now get Cox 300 meg internet for only $50 a month with a 2-year plan price lock guarantee and equipment included. So get your household up to speed. Switch to Cox Internet today. Taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee.
Here at the Zebra, research shows the average person would rather endure a root canal than search for auto and home insurance.
Just try to relax.
Okay.
Or be trapped in a car for 8 hours with toddlers on a sugar high. Or remove a nest of irate hornets. That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com. We do the searching, you do the saving. I think I'll wait inside.
This is the Nissan postgame show. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
A 5-4, the Minnesota Twins win here today. You're listening to the Nissan postgame show. You deserve a car that thrills you. Nissan's got an exciting full line that'll put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store at NissanUSA.com today. Mike, this is a frustrating day, a frustrating series. Second in a row, they dropped 2 of 3 to the Twins, just as they did to the Blue Jays. There's only so much that the manager can do when you have a lead and you give the baseball to your best relievers, Whitlock and Slayton. That is now really 3 of the last 5 games where they've had this setup and not been able to pull it through. And you could argue that, the play that Hamilton doesn't make changes the game. The Red Sox maybe don't get a big hit here or there. But bottom line, when you've got leads and your elite high-leverage relievers are on the mound, those are games you need to win.
Have to, and especially when Garrett Crochet was the starter as well. And look, Garrett Whitlock came on in the 6th, and he looked really good against 4, 5, and 6, starting with Carlos Correa. It was 11 pitches. It was a couple of strikeouts. And then in the 7th, leadoff man was Harrison Bader. Whitlock got ahead in the count, but Bader battled back, and that really changed everything right there. Bader getting it back to a full count, leadoff walk. That changed everything. 2 batters later, it's a Vasquez single. And you're right. I mean, it lined up the way you want it. And frustrating day, frustrating series, like you said. frustrating week for the Red Sox and missed opportunities, navigating some injuries that have cropped up, but still feeling like you're in a position to win games. And Crochet toughing through a comebacker off the face to get through that 5th inning, to put up a 0, to strand a couple aboard after those leadoff walks against 8 and 9. And, just come up short.
Well, on one hand, this is sort of like the definition, we've said it a lot of times, like what an ace does when he doesn't have his A-plus stuff. It's certainly impressive that he fought through it, especially with the line drive off his nose. And I haven't looked at the updated numbers, but he's still probably got an ERA sub-2, does Garrett Crochet. So in a lot of ways, you'll take it, right? This is what you signed him for, but 5 innings... And the stuff was not Crochet-level stuff, Mike. Again, it's sort of, he'll say this, I guarantee you, in the clubhouse. He did not have it today, and he's sort of happy that he battled through, but that he's disappointed in the effort he put forward because I think everyone expects the stuff for Crochet to be a little bit better than it was today.
He threw 89 pitches, Will, and 15 of them were four-seam fastballs. So that's 17% of the pitches he threw today were four-seamers. He's normally like 50% fastball or thereabouts. And you and I started the day talking about we thought there would be higher velocity from Crochet than what he had shown this year. He averaged 94.0. I mean, that's a tick and a half down from what he's been this year. So I think he'll say that, like he didn't have the fastball velocity, so he shied away from it, and the Twins were hunting the fastball early in counts. We saw that from the very first pitch of the game. And so, yeah, I think he kind of had to figure out what else was there for him and wasn't able to get more than 5.
I think it's a bigger picture, longer conversation, too, with Crochet, because he's been open about the fact that, on purpose, he wants to throw less hard. He's changed his sort of body tilt to help himself feel better, recover better, which totally understandable. Again, the results have been good, but the Red Sox were drawn to him as a guy with the best elite swing and miss stuff in the game last year. Full stop, right? Like he threw 98 and he missed 30% of the bats, and he missed 40% of them in spring training. And we've not seen that version of Crochet yet.
Yeah, strikeouts are down, walks are up. And that's only going to continue after today. I mean, Alex Cora even said it on our pregame interview with him. He was like, the guy we knew we were getting, 97, 98, bullying people. Like, that's the verb they have in mind for Crochet. And it hasn't been quite that. It's still been really good. It's still updated 2.02 ERA. Okay. We like that. Yeah. Very close. But yeah, you would love to get into the 6th, and then it's all right. Whitlock in the 7th and the 8th, and Slayton in the 9th, and whatever, the way it works in that case. So yeah, I think that is going to be part of the evolution. And Cora talked about the adjustments for him. I think it's all part of it.
In the postmortem of this game and this week, where the Red Sox have really been frustrating, Hamilton has to make that play at shortstop. Again, it might not be routine, but he's right there, and it hits him in the glove. That's a catch that needs to be made. And then I think going forward here, not big picture, not long-term, not forever. I mean, the Red Sox think that Justin Slayton has got closer stuff, and he does. There are times when he looks like he could be one of the elite relievers in the whole sport, but it might be time for a couple of days to maybe consider Weissert sort of assuming that Slayton role in the bullpen.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we've seen Weissert here, the first 2 games of this series, and on all occasions he looked pretty good, and his stuff looked pretty good. And Slayton, gives up those back-to-back run-scoring hits in the 8th inning, and it's just frustrating in a spot like that where you have 2 outs, and in some cases you have 2 strikes. And again, Alex Cora is talking about it with the bullpen. 2 strike counts, very often it's breaking balls, off-speed pitches, what have you, that are not being executed at the highest level to finish at-bats and finish games.
And then, on some level, baseball's a pretty basic thing. When your top 4 hitters, Duran, Devers, Bregman, Campbell, don't have any hits, they only walk twice and score 1 run, I mean, that's just not enough production. Campbell, unlucky, hit the ball hard, on and on, but so did Duran, for that matter. He was a little snake-bitten as well. But this offense is pretty easy to diagnose. If those big guys get it going, they usually win games. The Red Sox fall back to 500, 18 up and 18 down. And I think that's pretty much a pretty representative reflection of what they've been through the first 36 games of the season. We will continue with the Nissan postgame show in just a moment. I want to tell you the Arbella Insurance Foundation is dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting the Jimmy Fund. Red Sox pitchers, beginning with Crochet, really did not miss as many bats as they probably felt like they would. Every Red Sox strikeout in this season means $50 to the Jimmy Fund. Arbella is here for the Jimmy Fund and here for good. They also did not have much extra base pop today. The Red Sox got the homer from Abreu and only one double from Rafaela, which means $50 to the American Diabetes Association, brought to you in part by the Mass Health Connector. If you need health insurance, go to mahealthconnector.org and find the right plan for you and your family. We'll be back with more on the Nissan postgame show. 5-4 Twins win on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Thumbtack presents Uncertainty Strikes. I was surrounded. The aisle and the options were closing in. There were paint rollers, satin and matte finish, angle brushes, and natural bristles. There were too many choices. What if I never got my living room painted? What if I couldn't figure out what type of paint to use? What if I just used Thumbtack? I can hire a top-rated pro that knows everything about interior paint, easily compare prices, and read reviews. Thumbtack knows homes. Download the app today.
Yeah, boy! You're getting hungry. Very, very hungry. Now look into my clock, and when your boy Flavor Flav counts from 3, you're gonna go to Cane's, and you're gonna order hand-battered, cooked-to-order chicken fingers, crispy, crinkle-cut fries, and secret Cane's sauce. 3, 2, 1.
Order for Flavor Flav?
I guess it worked. Raising Cane's. One love.
Sometimes, when life brings you change, you also have to change your health coverage. Like when you're having a baby, or getting married, or turning 26 and aging off your parents' plan, or even when you're no longer covered by insurance you had through your job. At HealthSource RI, we can help you change coverage to keep up with these life changes and others. Learn about all the life events and changes that may qualify you for health coverage at healthsourceri.com.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Red Sox, another tough one, 5-4. They fall to the Minnesota Twins. It took 2 hours and 31 minutes in front of 33,539. For every 4-bagger the Red Sox hit this season, Red Sox Radio Network donates $40 to Cars for Kids. We're making our donation. You should, too. 877 Cars for Kids or carsforkids.com. To donate your car today, that's Cars with a K. Will your Abreu put a tally up onto the board, and that is a really encouraging sign going forward. The Subaru of New England scoreboard. The Yankees, if you're looking for anything to feel good about today, they got blasted by the Rays. It's the bottom of the 7th, 7-2 Tampa. The Royals lead in Baltimore 9-6, although the O's do have the tying run at the plate with 2 down in the bottom of the 8th. The McFarland Energy play of the game, it has to be in that 8th inning when Harrison Bader doubles into left off the wall to put the Twins ahead after the leadoff hit clipped off the glove of David Hamilton. Upgrade your air conditioning system before the summer rush at McFarlandEnergy.com. Mike Monaco, it was a fun 3-game series on air anyway. The Red Sox a little disappointed dropping 2 of 3. You're off to the wilds of downtown Toronto to do the Leafs and Panthers. When will we see you next? Do you know?
I will be back for the Braves series here on the radio.
Yep.
And
2
you're
doing
weekends
TV
from now?
in Kansas City and Detroit?
Exactly. So starting Friday on Nesson with our mutual associate, Will Middlebrooks.
You'll have fun with Will.
With Brooksy.
Always a good time. And enjoy Oleana. You'll have a great time.
Thank you. I'm very much looking forward to it.
And happy birthday. 5-4, the Twins beat the Red Sox. Doug Lane was here in the booth at Fenway Park. David Azer back at the flagship WEEI. Don't forget, Tuesday, the Sox are off, and then they welcome the Texas Rangers to town. 6:45 first pitch. The Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show begins at 5:45. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. For Bailey Fleming and Mike Monaco, Will Fleming saying so long from Fenway Park. Bailey's going to run the bases in a minute.
Like the superstar that he is.
That's it. Card tricks, popcorn, Fox uniforms, why not?
Ice cream, too, pregame.
That's it. Double dose. 5-4, the Twins beat the Sox. We'll talk to you Tuesday on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI, Red Sox Radio Network.
You have been listening to the Nissan Postgame Show. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Yo, this is Flavor Flav, and I am coming at you with one of my flavor faves, Raising Cane's. Those hand-battered, cooked-to-order chicken fingers and cane sauce hit hard and gets your boy feeling right every time, just in time. Know what I mean? So when you're looking for flavor fast, order in a flash, online or on their app. Yeah, boy, Raising Cane's. One love.
Selecting Marvin replacement windows for your home is easy when you work with Riverhead Building Supply.
Marvin windows and doors offer durability, style, and strength.
Find out how Marvin windows can improve your home.
Visit a Riverhead Building Supply location or rbscorp.com.
Conditions and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Get your family four-pack to see the New England Revolution take on the San Jose Earthquakes at Gillette Stadium on Saturday, May 17th at 7:30.
This place erupts.
Get 4 tickets, saving up to 33% off box office prices, plus 4 concession vouchers valued at $70. Saturday, May 17th. Get your tickets at revolutionsoccer.net/tickets. That's revolutionsoccer.net.
Do you cringe every time you hear heavy rains in the weather forecast? Are you tired of running downstairs to clean up puddles of water? Stop bailing out your basement and contact the team at CrackX. CrackX can repair floor cracks, settling issues, and then seal the rodents and insects out. CrackX can also fix leaks around pipe penetration, tie holes, bulkhead joints, and other weaknesses in your concrete walls. Send pictures of your problem areas to crackx.com for a free estimate. That's crack-x.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Ever walk into a room and forget why you're there? Misplace your keys more than you like to admit? Our brain slows down as we age. Protect it now while you still can with Live Good's Methylene Blue, the nootropic everyone's talking about to boost focus, memory, and mental energy. Live Good makes the purest, highest quality methylene blue. No fillers, no junk, just clean, brain-boosting power. Stay sharp, think faster, and protect your brain long-term. Go to livegood.com and shop all of Live Good's products at the lowest prices anywhere.
In Philly, everyone's reading 2025's One Book, One Philadelphia selection, The Upcycled Self by Tariq Black Thought Trotter. This year's celebration includes a family day with arts, crafts, and a movie, a night of poetry and art, and more, all hosted by the Free Library and inspired by The Upcycled Self and its powerful themes. On May 9th, join us for Who Owns Your Story, a discussion with local storytellers led by Jasmine Martin. Schedule and info at freelibrary.org/onebook, freelibrary.org/onebook.
800-700-6898. You have been listening to Red Sox Baseball on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. The Red Sox on WEEI are brought to you by Shaws and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network. Subaru of New England. Find your authorized Subaru retailer at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Mass Mutual, insurance, planning, investments. Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
And that ball is gone into the front row of the monster seats.
Drains by James. Eastern Mass's choice for drain cleaning and pipelining. Arbella. Here for good.
And it's gone!
Buy Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today. Ford Trucks, official truck of the Boston Red Sox.
Long gone into the monster seats.
Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Sponsored by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Look at him, he got him.
Dig Safe. Click digsafe.com or call 811 before you dig. Cape Cod Lumber. Find the lumber for your next project. CCLCO.com.
Way back! Grand Slam!
Citgo. Club Citgo can save you money every day. When you start with Citgo, you're good to go. 110 Grill, gluten-free dining done right. C&S Wholesale Grocers.
It's gone! Into the bullpen!
Brought to you by FindMassMoney.gov. The Department of Veteran Affairs. Hackman Wealth Partners, Boston's premier retirement planning specialist.
This ball is crushed and it is gone.
Herb Chambers. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them. Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com. Never re-roof again.
Grand slam home run.
McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil delivery, as well as expert HVAC services at McFarlandEnergy.com. Northern Bank, your partner for growth. And by Verizon Wireless, the network Boston relies on.
At the wall, gone!
This Odyssey Sports broadcast has been brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico. This Odyssey Sports broadcast has been brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico. This is Red Sox Review, and it starts right now. Here's your host, John Lyons.
And welcome into WEEI. This is going to be a combination Red Sox Review, which is going to be miserable. But then we're also going to have a little Celtics-Knicks preview, which I think will be a lot more fun. I'm your host, John Lyons. I got Tom Crisafulli here producing with me. I mentioned Celtics preview. I'm going to do that in the next hour. Justin Turpin's going to join to help me do that. But we're going to start with Red Sox review for a little bit here. We are going to hear from the manager, Alex Cora, in just a few minutes after a tough 5-4 loss for the Boston Red Sox at the hands of the Minnesota Twins. A series loss as well. Today's loss, of course, comes on the heels of yesterday's 4-3 defeat. And this is a Red Sox team, 18-18. They've had a relatively easy schedule to this point. Like, this is not a good Twins team. They only have 15 wins. 2 of them are against you this weekend. Relatively easy schedule, 18-18 overall. 9-8 at home. Another game today where the Red Sox have a 3-1 lead in the 7th inning. Can't hang on. The bats go silent. Red Sox top 4 hitters, Duran, Devers, Bregman, Campbell, no hits combined. And for the Twins, I mean, they got 4 of their 5 runs with 2 outs. So credit to the Twins for not going away. But to me, this all comes down to the 7th and the 8th inning. I mean, you have a 3-1 lead. Garrett Whitlock's on the mound to start the 7th inning. He gets Harrison Bader down 0-2. Then he throws 4 straight balls and walks him. So Bader's on first. Vasquez singles. Both of them advanced on a Byron Buxton ground out. And then Ryan Jeffers comes up with 2 outs, 2 RBI single. Next thing you know, it's 3-3. And Whitlock, by the way, giving up multiple runs in his last 2 appearances. Of course, he gave up multiple runs in his last game against Toronto. He had not given up any runs in his previous 6 outings. So, bit of a rough stretch for him. So, Minnesota ties it at 3-3. Then you go to the top of the 8th. Sox go quietly in the bottom of the 7th. You go to the top of the 8th. Carlos Correa has a single. Harrison Bader doubles off the monster with 2 outs. Correa scores 4-3. Then Trevor Larnach with an RBI single, 5-3. Again, I mentioned out of their 5 runs, 4 of them came with 2 outs. Red Sox had a solo homer from Wilyer Abreu in the bottom of the 8th to cut it to 5-4. They did get a 2-out single from Cedon Rafaela in the bottom of the 9th, but that was about it. Jarren Duran struck out. As I mentioned, 5-4 win by the Minnesota Twins. This is the 9th time this year the Red Sox have lost a game by 1 run. It's the most in the major leagues. So this team is losing a lot of 1-run games. They're losing just a lot of, and not just 1-run games, but just close games in general. They're giving up leads in a lot of games. You heard Will Fleming talk about this on the post game as well. I mean, this is a team that to me is far too talented to be 18-18. And again, especially think about their schedule from the beginning of the season on. They've played a series against the Cardinals, which they played great that series, but they've played the Cardinals, they've played the White Sox, they've played the Blue Jays, they've played the Twins, all teams that are below 500 or in the Blue Jays, been kind of hovering around 500 most of the year. And they've really struggled to clean up in those games. Like they played really well against St. Louis. And they lose 2 out of 3 to the Twins. They haven't played that well against the White Sox. Didn't play well against Toronto. Like, Toronto has 5 wins, I think, already against the Red Sox. So, again, really frustrating loss today for the Boston Red Sox. I'm here to talk about it with you. 617-779-7937. Again, I'm starting Red Sox here on the program. I will get to Celtics and previewing their series against the Knicks later on. Maybe we'll sneak in a little bit of NFL talk. We'll see. But again, 617-779-7937. That is the phone line and the text line. This was a game that Garrett Crochet started. So again, you waste an outing by Garrett Crochet. Kind of a weird outing, too, from Crochet. I mean, go right to the first inning. So Byron Buxton homers on the very first pitch of the game. And by the Twins, really aggressive today with Crochet. Crochet threw 13 pitches in the first inning, and the Twins swung at 10 of them. So they came out with a clear plan, and that continued that aggressiveness into the second, third, fourth, fifth innings as the game went on, but especially that first inning. 13 pitches, Twins swung at 10 of them. Crochet ended up throwing 5 innings, 4 hits, 1 run, 6 Ks. The line doesn't look bad, but his velocity was a little lower than it typically is. He kind of comebacker up the middle that glanced off his cheek and nose, which seemed to affect him a little bit, and understandably so. It's obviously a painful thing to have happen and an unexpected thing as well. But again, this is a game where Crochet, you felt maybe coming out that he could give you 6 or 7 innings. You were hoping to feel a little bit better about him today. And just, again, only 1 run, 6 Ks, so not a bad outing by any means, but maybe not quite as dominant, I think, as I was hoping, at least, maybe as a lot of you were hoping. But he only gives up the 1 run. Red Sox in the bottom of the second got a leadoff single from Willie Abreu. Romy Gonzalez had a single. Hamilton sack bunt, moved both runners over. And then Carlos Narvaez, a single, 2 RBIs, 2-1 Red Sox. Don't look now. Carlos Narvaez, I know he's only hitting 217, but actually it's 214 after today, excuse me. Only hitting 214, but tied for the major league lead in defensive runs saved. So he's been really good defensively. He might be winning that battle potentially with Connor Wong to be the team's full-time catcher for the remainder of the season. Obviously, we'll see there's some more time there. Bottom of the third, Bregman walks, Abreu singles, Romy Gonzalez with a sac fly. So it's 3-1 Sox. And again, Crochet didn't feel like he had his best stuff, but he got you through 5. Whitlock pitches the 6th, then the 7th, and really all the wheels fell off there. I see several of you lined up on the phone lines. Again, 617-779-7937. We're going to hear from Alex Cora, the manager of the Red Sox, first. Then I'm going to get to your calls and text. Here is Alex Cora, manager of the Red Sox, after today's 5-4 loss to the Minnesota Twins.
Yeah, I mean, tough week for the bullpen, right? But we got good stuff. They're good pitchers, you know. We just have to make adjustments. Like I said before the game, we have to make sure we execute. There were a lot of 2-out hits, 2-strike hits. And we just got to be better.
With and Justin, what you kind of seen with those guys?
I mean, if you look at the pitch to Jefferson, it was right in the middle, right? He hung a off-speed pitch in the middle. The fastball to Bader was up in the zone. He was hunting, and he got it, you know, and put a good swing on it.
You see from Crochet, and is he okay with the hit that he came?
Yeah, the ball hit him. The ball hit him in the nose. So he's okay. Obviously grinded through the last one. And the way we were lined up, you know, it just made sense. You know, 90-something pitches, you know, that happened. So move on to the next level. We weren't able to finish it.
Even before that, it seemed like he was a little maybe off command-wise, or
yeah, the walks put him in a bad spot. He talked about it. He didn't realize the pitch count was up there. He was efficient early on, and then, you know, he had to, you know, work hard to get the outs in the 5th.
Any concern about the velocity being a tick lower?
No, not at all.
Is the nose like broken or anything? Or is
No.
So basically, you guys had the first couple of innings, you had something going and just didn't continue with it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, their bullpen is really good, and after the 5th inning, they kept bringing their guys. We hit some balls hard. You know, Sedan, we hit some ground balls hard, but we didn't put pressure on them.
Seems like that has been a trend, though, of just the season with the offense coming hard early on and then kind of stalling later in the game. Like, what can you do, I guess, to kind of fix that?
Keep working. That's the most important thing. Willie, he put a good swing at the end. Hammy hit the ball hard. Just got to keep working, and things are going to change.
They told us during the game that Tristan had successful surgery. Do you have any update on that?
I don't, but you know, like I said, we're gonna be with him. The support group is great around him, and he's gonna be okay.
Have you had a chance to visit with him at all?
Not yet. Yeah, probably tomorrow.
Yeah. What did you see on that line drive to Hamilton?
You know, actually, I was downstairs on the way up, and I saw the replay, but I didn't see it. Yeah.
That was manager Alex Cora of the Boston Red Sox talking about today's frustrating 5-4 loss to the Minnesota Twins. We have a bunch of you on the phone lines here, so let's just get right to your phone lines. Let's start with Phil in Mendon. He's been hanging on the longest. Phil, welcome into the program. What do you got for us?
Oh, like you had mentioned, 9 one-run losses, most in the Major League Baseball. But the only good thing is the New York Yankees have several. So that's why we're only going to be 2 games out of first. The other problem is 8 to 10 strikeouts per game if you average it out. I think at this point, you have to look at either bringing up both or either Roman Anthony or Marcelo Myers, your infield. Even take the former Red Sox draft pick and former Yankees first baseman, Anthony Rizzo. It's time to do something. I mean, if you compare the records from last year to this year, we're actually behind. We're actually a little bit better with the plays we had last year. And I thought, wow, this is going to be a great season. You know, we got Bregman, we got this one, the relief pitching, but it's either they hit in the beginning of the few innings and then they blow it at the end or the relief. I mean, we're in Toronto, we're up 6-0 and all, you lose that game. The one-run games are driving me crazy. So they're going to have to make some moves. They got to make some moves just to get these people going in the clubhouse.
Phil, appreciate the call. And it's an interesting point, especially in light of the Tristan Casas injury, and obviously best wishes to Tristan Casas. That's a pretty devastating injury, the patella tendon tear. He did have surgery today. But now it's, do you keep Romy Gonzalez at first? Do you try to put Devers there? I mean, I'm of the school where I'd say try Devers at first, and I know it might take a couple weeks to ramp him up there, and then maybe that opens a spot for Roman Anthony to start out as your DH, kind of acclimate to the majors. Again, guy's only 20 years old, play some outfield when guys are out, but it just feels like there's a lot of stagnation in the Red Sox right now, and they're just starting to remind me of a team from a couple of years ago, 2023 San Diego Padres. Ton of talent, really good, should have been a really good team. They went 82-80. They had a pretty good run differential as well that year, but just a team that really was consistently below expectations all season on. And so far on May 4th, Red Sox are starting to remind me of that Padres team from a couple of years ago. And that's not a team you want to emulate, right? A team with a lot of talent that consistently underachieve. Let's go to Wally in Fall River. Try to sneak in another call or two here. Wally, welcome in. What do you got after the game?
We keep on hearing too much talent, but still we're only at 500. We don't play well at home. These teams come into Fenway Park and they beat us. The Twins aren't a great team. We played lousy against Chicago White Sox in Toronto. I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, it's a tough situation. We can't win one-run games. We don't hit out. We score a couple of runs and we don't hit for 5 innings or score runs. The starting pitch has been decent, but I think eventually you're going to have to do something with the bullpen. But as far as calling these guys up, what do you do with What do you do with some of these guys? You know, you got to overload at certain positions. Serious moves have to be made. What do you do with Trevor Story? You're not going to release him. But as far as Devers at first, I don't know. He's acclimated to the DH right now. I don't know if he could handle that.
Yeah, Wally, thanks for the call. And it's an interesting point. And the Red Sox are kind of in a tough spot because not a ton of organizational depth at first base. Like Vaughn Grissom doesn't have much experience there. I know he's been talked about it, and it seems like he's going to get some reps there coming up. They have Romy Gonzalez, but it's just beyond Casas, not a lot of depth there, just natural depth. So, I mean, is it and I don't think Anthony's a first baseman, but do you bring up Anthony as part of a larger move where Devers goes to first base? I don't know. And he mentioned Story. Like, yeah, Marcelo Myers playing great down in AAA, but I mean, you don't bring him up and play him over Campbell. You're not going to bring him up and play him over Story. So that's something to kind of think about as well. Yeah, and he mentioned at home too. And this is something the Red Sox had a big problem last year, especially down the stretch playing at home. I mean, last year the Red Sox were 38-43 at home. A losing record at Fenway Park last year. And you look at this year, like that first series against the Cardinals, right? They won. It was supposed to be a 4-game series. They only played 3 because of a rainout, I believe. And they played 3, a doubleheader that Sunday, and they won 2 games on that Sunday. They swept the Cardinals series, but then after that, like they lose 3 out of 4 to Toronto at home. Then they take 3 out of 4 from the White Sox, which is pretty good, but then they lose 2 out of 3 to Seattle at home. Now they've lost 2 out of 3 to the Twins at home. So it's another year of them just not playing well at home. Again, losing record at home last year so far. They've been really inconsistent at home. They've had some, again, started the year against St. Louis playing great at home. Since then, they just really haven't been that good. I know they took 3 out of 4 from the White Sox, but the White Sox are historically bad, so you should take 3 out of 4 from them. I see a bunch of you lined up on the phone lines. Our phone lines are almost full here. 617-779-7937. We're going to take a quick break. We will be right back, and we'll get through all your phone calls coming up next, so stay on the line.
Jones and Keefe.
So I'm going to name a position, and you tell me if the 2025 Patriots are better, worse, or the same than the 2024 Patriots.
Okay.
Head coach.
Better.
Offensive coordinator.
Better.
Defensive coordinator.
Better.
Quarterback.
So I would argue worse.
Really?
No Milton.
Running back.
Better.
Wide receiver.
Better.
Tight end.
That is it.
Offensive line.
Better.
Defensive line.
Better.
Edge.
Better.
Linebacker.
Better.
Corners.
Better.
Safeties.
Well, that one's probably the same.
That should be a team that wins many more games.
Did you miss something? Listen to the podcast on the Odyssey app or at WEEI.com. Jones and Keefe, middays 10 to 2 on New England Sports Original. WEEI.
Get your family 4-pack to see the New England Revolution take on the San Jose Earthquakes at Gillette Stadium on Saturday, May 17th at 7:30.
This place erupts.
Get 4 tickets, saving up to 33% off box office prices, plus 4 concession vouchers valued at $70. Saturday, May 17th. Get your tickets at revolutionsoccer.net/tickets. That's revolutionsoccer.net.
The Beauty Rest Memorial Day mattress sale, now at Raymore and Flanagan. Save up to $600 on select Beauty Rest Black mattresses. Plus, get free next-day mattress delivery and interest-free financing for up to 72 months at Raymore and Flanagan. The Beauty Rest Memorial Day mattress sale, now at Raymore and Flanagan. A century of innovation has led us to this. Save up to $600 on select Beauty Rest Black mattresses, designed to give you unparalleled motion separation and individualized support. Or step into a world-class sleep experience and save $200 on select Beauty Rest world-class mattresses. Plus, get free next-day mattress delivery and combine sale pricing with interest-free financing for up to 72 months. Now at Raymore and Flanagan.
Yo, this is Flavor Flav, and I am coming at you with one of my flavor faves, Raising Cane's. Those hand-battered, cooked-to-order chicken fingers and cane sauce hit hard and gets your boy feeling right every time, just in time. Know what I mean? So when you're looking for flavor fast, order in a flash, online or on their app. Yeah, boy, Raising Cane's. One love.
Do you cringe every time you hear heavy rains in the weather forecast? Are you tired of running downstairs to clean up puddles of water? Stop bailing out your basement and contact the team at CrackX. CrackX can repair floor cracks, settling issues, and then seal the rodents and insects out. CrackX can also fix leaks around pipe penetration, tie holes, bulkhead joints, and other weaknesses in your concrete walls. Send pictures of your problem areas to crackx.com for a free estimate. That's crack-x.com.
All right, fellas, remember when your energy was through the roof and your sex drive could chase down a cheetah? Yeah, let's bring that guy back. Live Good Vitality is packed with clean, natural ingredients to help boost testosterone, energy, and, well, bedroom enthusiasm. Get the best men's hormone support and all of your highest quality supplements without the crazy markups at livegood.com. Live Good Vitality. Feel good, play hard, and, score often.
In Philly, everyone's reading 2025's One Book, One Philadelphia selection, The Upcycled Self by Tariq Black Thought Trotter. This year's celebration includes a family day with arts, crafts, and a movie, a night of poetry and art, and more. All hosted by the Free Library and inspired by The Upcycled Self and its powerful themes. On May 9th, join us for Who Owns Your Story? A discussion with local storytellers led by Jasmine Martin. Schedule and info at freelibrary.org/onebook. freelibrary.org/onebook.
When it's time to scale your business, it's time for Shopify. Get everything you need to grow the way you want. Like, all the way. Stack more sales with the best converting checkout on the planet. Track your cha-chings from every channel, right in one spot. And turn real-time reporting into big-time opportunities. Take your business to a whole new level. Switch to Shopify. Start your free trial today.
There are two types of golfers, those that can hit solid golf shots wearing sunglasses and those that wish they could. Shaden Precision Eyewear is all about better vision and better golf. If you're lacking confidence to wear sunglasses while hitting golf shots, go to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and learn why so many tour players and their caddies have switched to the Shaden brand. Use the code SPRING to get 20% off and a 30-day money-back guarantee. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and the code SPRING to see the golf course like you've never seen it before.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Correa, the go-ahead run, leads at first. The pitch is rocketed high and deep into left field. It is way back, and it's off the wall. Rafaela plays the carom with a bare hand. Throw goes to second. The Twins are going to take the lead. A wall ball double. Another bullpen meltdown for the Red Sox, and Minnesota leads it 4-3. This broken record is getting old in the last 10 days.
This is Red Sox Review on
Bumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store and NissanUSA.com today. Again, that was the double in the 8th inning. Gave the Twins a 4-3 lead. Not the game-winning run. That was actually Trevor Larnache's RBI single, which put the Twins up 5-3 at the time. Willie Abreu's homer cut it to 5-4. Red Sox were not able to complete the comeback. Another frustrating afternoon, as you could hear in Will Fleming's voice. Kind of feel bad for him over the last 10 days or so. He's had his share of frustrating games to call. And this Red Sox team, again, 18-18. They're at 500. Out of those 18 losses, half of them, 9, are by 1 run, which is the most in the major leagues. Again, a wasted effort from Garrett Crochet, 5 innings, 1 run. Didn't look as dominant as we would expect, but still only 1 run. Red Sox had a 3-1 lead. Whitlock on the mound. Harrison Bader down 0-2. Walks him eventually. Vasquez singles. Ryan Jeffers gets them both in. 2 RBI single. 3-3. Then, of course, you just heard the call that put the Twins up 4-3. And then that was all she wrote after the 5-3 lead. We got a bunch of you on hold here. I'm just going to try to get to you in order. A lot of you want to talk about the Red Sox. So let's start with Bob in Western Mass. He's got some thoughts on today's Red Sox game. Bob, welcome in.
Oh, hey, thanks. Hey, I want to keep this short. This is like a broken record. If you remember last season when they miraculously had a chance at the end, they just don't know how to shorten up their swing. Part of the 1-run games is moving people over. It's like watching a bad co-rec softball team where the guys think they're old high school players and they're, swinging for the fences every time. That's what they have to do. I know the bullpen's been letting them down, but you have to move the runner along, and they're all swinging for the fences.
Bob, appreciate the call. We did see earlier in the game, right? So Carlos Narvaez had the single, the 2 RBI single to put the Red Sox up 2-1. Right before that, David Hamilton did have a sacrifice to move runners over. So we have seen that a little bit, but yeah, you're right, not quite enough. Feels like the Red Sox, and Lou Merlone was talking about this on the game broadcast on Nesson too, that it's like you look at this team, you're like, man, they should be better than what they are. And they've had these stretches of playing really well in games, but they're not playing complete 9-inning games. And they're not doing enough of the little things right now. It's not as bad little things wise, quote unquote, as say 2 years ago or last year, but still not enough for a team this talented. And again, they're sitting there at 18-18, a team that went 81-81 last year, 18-18 right now. So quick math, that's 99-99, right? So yeah, not great in your last couple hundred games or so. Let's go to John in New Hampshire. Wants to talk about Alex Cora in the Red Sox. John, welcome in.
John, thanks for taking the call. Ready? Get your notebook out. I'm going to diagnose exactly.
Right. I got the notebook out. I'm ready to go.
Are you ready? The problem is Alex Cora. Just like it was in 2024, just like it was in 2023, he manages like a Division III college manager. We keep saying we have all the talent in the world on this team, and he can't manage it. We're still 500. Let me ask you a question. Where is Trevor Story? Was today the correct day to give him a day off and get David Hamilton in there?
Yeah.
And
it didn't feel so much on that single to center that should have been an error, right?
Say again?
It didn't feel like a good day to have Story not there on that single to center, right?
Yeah. Exactly. And I called in after the Guardians a series, and I said, Red Sox Nation, prepare for these types of losses over the course of we've seen it for 3 years now. It's ridiculous. The manager has to go. It's unacceptable.
I do have some, and thanks for the call, John. I do have some thoughts on Cora myself, but before I get to that, I want to go to Zach in Hartford because he also seems like he is mad at Alex Cora. Zach, welcome into the program. What do you got for us?
Yeah, hey guys. I really completely agree with John, what he was saying. I'm just so frustrated with this team. Like, Crochet should be going 7 innings at least. I know he threw like 89 pitches, but he's our guy. And Alex Cora, just his decision-making all over the place. And I honestly think there's a culture problem with the team, too. We got guys putting on the Wally head when we're down. Like, that's got to change. And pinch hitting Toro for Narvaez, like, what, does he not trust our players? Like, Narvaez is having a great day. That's just Bush League stuff, if you ask me.
Zach, appreciate the call. And you can even go back to the other night in Toronto where he chooses not to walk Vlad Jr. And he made that comment after the game, like, well, if it was the ALCS, like, maybe it'd be different. It was just, I'm like, well, this game still matters. Like, I know it's not the ALCS, but games in late April and May, like, they matter too. And this has been something, all right, if you think back to Cora's managerial time here, like 2018, they were the best team in baseball, 108 wins, dominated everyone. But if you remember back, like 2019 started slow that year, did not play well in April that year, did not play well early in the season. 2022 didn't play well early in the season. Like, go back to last year. Because, like, last year, I think at the trade deadline, they were 10 games over 500. But if you go back to the first couple months of last year, they went 15-11 in April last year and then 12-16 in May last year. And now, as I said, we're sitting here at 18-18 on May 4th. So hasn't happened every single year under Alex Cora, but it's kind of been a consistent thing where this team will start slow and varying personnel, right? Like the 2019 Red Sox, vastly different personnel than the 2025 Red Sox, but you see them starting slow in both years. I mean, even last year to this year, like last year, you didn't have Crochet, you didn't have Bregman. Granted, Tanner Houck was great in May, but you didn't have Crochet, you didn't have Bregman, and you were 12-16 in May last year. This year, you have not played well to start the month of May. You didn't play well enough in April. You're 18-18. So this starting slow thing has been an issue under Cora several times. And you go back and what has happened with this team, and I feel like, and you can correct me out there if I'm wrong, I feel like this has happened at least 3-4 times where they'll have a bad April or May, and then all of a sudden in June they'll get hot. July they'll play pretty well. They get to the trade deadline, and either they don't do enough at the trade deadline or water finds its level, whatever, and they just play poorly in August and September. I mean, it happened last year, happened in 2023. You know, and part of that, again, both years, maybe not enough was done at the trade deadline for the clubhouses or to the clubhouse's liking. But it's just, it is something to notice. And I'm not telling you Alex Cora is a terrible manager, but I think it's a fair question. Like, why is this team consistently starting slow season after season under Alex Cora? I don't know. Let's get to some more of your phone calls here as we round out the hour after the Red Sox 5-4 loss to the Twins. Let's go to Rick in Salem. Let's talk about the Red Sox. Rick, welcome in.
Sean, you know, I'm not trying to be funny, but the reality of this team's not that good. This is what this team is. This team's nothing more than a 500 team or a couple games over 500. They have some talent on this team, but you go to like areas like the bullpen, ready. Then you go like the other guy was talking, just fundamentals, doing things right. They don't do it, and this got to fall back in the manager too, in the coaching staff. As much as I hate to say it, and I'm hoping for Veritek to be the next manager eventually when that time comes. He's in the dugout also right now, so I don't know. Listen. I just don't think this team's as good as they make it out to the team because they don't do a lot of things well. Like they don't move runners over. They could have bases loaded, no outs, and they're not scoring. It's like, come on, bro. That's going to kill you in a game. And Crochet, listen, Crochet needs to start going further than that into games. Look at Max Fried. Max Fried's pitching better than Crochet right now. Okay, check the stats on that. You know what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong. I love Crochet, but you know what I'm saying? This team's going nowhere. This is like maybe a wild card team, and that's nothing. That's as bad as the league is, really, the way it's spread out the team.
Appreciate the call, Rick. Team. And sorry to cut you off there, Rick. Appreciate the call, though. And look, his point on Crochet, I think we've seen some inconsistent, like he had 5 innings on opening day in Texas, but then he went 8 innings against Baltimore. then 5 2/3 in a loss to Toronto, but then 7 1/3 against the White Sox. Then the next start against the White Sox, he went 6, then 5 against Seattle, but then 7 strong against Toronto, 5 again today. So, I mean, look, the dude has a 2.02 ERA. He's been really good, but he hasn't gone quite as deep into games as maybe I think we were consistently expecting. And I guess the thing that bothers me is the caller says, oh, maybe they're not that good. Well, they should be a lot better. And he's not wrong. Like, they haven't played well. I'm not disputing his point, but you just look at the guys that, like, Duran's probably a top 20 player in baseball. Like, Devers has a $300 million contract. Bregman's been flat out great. But you have Bregman, right? You have Story. You have all these guys. You add Crochet. Chapman's been pretty good, right? Like, I don't know. Like, this team should be better than 18-18. It's just annoying that they're not. Let me sneak in one more Red Sox call before we go to break. Matt in Connecticut. Matt, welcome in. What do you got?
Hey, how's it going?
Not bad. What do you got?
Yeah, I just wanted to get your thoughts on, I know we were talking about the first base situation and maybe putting Devers there, but obviously he's already kind of transitioning to a new role this year. What would you think about maybe getting Trevor Story some reps at first base and seeing if he can kind of fit that role, and then that opens up the space for Marcelo Meyer at short, and then obviously along with that move, maybe you bring up Roman Anthony.
And Matt, thanks for the call. And look, I'm not against it, but I think whatever you do at first base, whether it's Devers, whether it's Story, whether it's somebody else, or who knows, maybe Romy Gonzalez taking the job, it's going to take a couple weeks to phase in. So they're going to have to make a decision quickly. I'm not against Story and then bringing up Marcelo Meyer. I would like to put Devers at first and bring up Roman Anthony and put Anthony at DH, and he can fill in at outfield kind of as needed and kind of get his feet wet in the big leagues. But I'm open to either one. But they're going to have to figure it out pretty quickly here. We are going to transition to talk some Celtics coming up this hour. I know many of you are passionate about the Red Sox game today. If you want to call in or text in and talk Red Sox, still 617-779-7937. That's fine. We can still do that. I am going to have Justin Turpin come in next. We're going to talk some more Celtics. So if you want to call on Celtics, feel free to do that. If you want to still call and complain about the Red Sox, Terp's a good man. He and I will take your calls on the Red Sox. Don't worry. So coming right up, we got Justin Turpin to preview the Celtics' incoming sweep of the Knicks.
WEEI, New England Sports Original.
Get your family 4-pack to see the New England Revolution take on the San Jose Earthquakes at Gillette Stadium on Saturday, May 17th at 7:30.
This place erupts.
Get 4 tickets, saving up to 33% off box office prices, plus 4 concession vouchers valued at $70. Saturday, May 17th. Get your tickets at revolutionsoccer.net/tickets. That's revolutionsoccer.net.
CrackX is hiring. Are you ready for a hands-on career with stability, growth, and great pay? Join us at CrackX as a concrete injection technician. CrackX offers competitive base pay plus commission, year-round indoor work, standard schedules with optional overtime, paid training, setting you up for success. CrackX handles scheduling and customers. Be part of a trusted brand with room to grow in licensing or management roles. Apply today and build your future with us.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
All right, fellas, remember when your energy was through the roof and your sex drive could chase down a cheetah? Yeah, let's bring that guy back. Live Good Vitality is packed with clean, natural ingredients to help boost testosterone, energy, and, well, bedroom enthusiasm. Get the best men's hormone support and all of your highest quality supplements without the crazy markups at livegood.com. Live Good Vitality. Feel good, play hard, and, score often.
In Philly, everyone's reading 2025's One Book, One Philadelphia selection, The Upcycled Self by Tariq Blackthought Trotter. And over the next 7 weeks, the Free Library is hosting a family day, movies and more, all free and all inspired by The Upcycled Self and its transformative themes. On May 9th, join us for Who Owns Your Story, a discussion with local storytellers led by Jasmine Martin. Details plus resources for younger readers at freelibrary.org/onebook. freelibrary.org/onebook.
Rarely does a product come to the game of professional golf that is so quickly embraced by the pros. Shadin Precision Eyewear is that product. Go to seebetterplaybetter.com and find out why Shadin sunglasses are trusted by tour players and their caddies. Shadin is so confident in their product, they're offering a 30-day money-back guarantee. Go to seebetterplaybetter.com and use the code SPRING to receive 20% off your order. That's seebetterplaybetter.com and the code SPRING to experience golf's finest eyewear.
Most people would rather remove a nest of irate hornets than search for auto and home insurance. That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com. I think I'll wait inside.
You didn't start a business just to keep the lights on. You're here to sell more today than yesterday. You're here to win. Lucky for you, Shopify built the best converting checkout on the planet. Like the just one tapping, ridiculously fast acting, sky-high sales stacking, champion of checkouts. That's the good stuff right there. So if your business is in it to win it, win with Shopify. Start your free trial today at shopify.com/win.
Broadcasting from the WEEI studios. Powered by Verizon. 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. An Odyssey sports station. Everything Boston Red Sox. This is Red Sox Review on WEEI.
Who's calling it? Who's calling it?
Back here on WEEI. John Lyons. We're going to wrap up Red Sox Review in the next few minutes. Got a few texts and a call, and then I'm going to turn to Justin Turpin. We're going to dive into Celtics Knicks. Again, really frustrating 5-4 loss for the Red Sox. 3-1 lead in the 7th. Give up the tying 2 runs in the 7th. Give up the go-ahead runs in the 8th. Willie Abreu had a home run in the bottom of the 8th, but not enough. So let's jump into the phones and texts. We'll wrap up Red Sox Review, go to Celtics. Let's go to Sean in Montana on the phone lines. He wants to talk Red Sox. Sean, welcome in. What do you got?
Hey, hello. Yeah, thanks so much for taking my call on this very frustrating day. I'm really getting sick and tired of this team. I mean, it's like this bullpen is a menace. And Garrett Whitlock, I can no longer trust him. I mean, twice he blew leads for us. Twice. Against Toronto and now against the Minnesota Twins. And it makes me sad. I don't know what it is. It seems like every time we are ready to go and start taking charge of things, then they take a step back, 17-14, and then they lose 2 out of 3 against Toronto, 2 out of 3 against a team that is not going to be good this year in the Minnesota Twins. Red Sox fans, you have every right to be frustrated, just like me. They need to stop this mess and start winning ball games. I mean, it's like you've got to start gaining ground. We were supposed to be good this year, and look at the first 36 games, 18-18. And I agree with what you were saying. I was listening, and I totally agree with you. This stuff keeps up. This is like a repeat of the last few years. Last year, remember, 81-81, 78-84, and 22-23. So I'm just telling you, it's very frustrating to be playing like this.
Yeah, Sean, thanks for the call. It's been an immensely frustrating start. Like I mentioned earlier, you sweep St. Louis in that first home series. By the way, you lose 3 out of 4 to Texas, lose that first game to Baltimore, but then you win the next 2 against Baltimore, sweep St. Louis, but then what do? You lose 5 out of your next 6. Then later on, you win 4 in a row. Then you lose, 3 out of 5. Or 4 out of 6 after that. So it's like, to the caller's point, they'll win 3 or 4 in a row, and then they'll lose 4 out of 6. Like even as he said this week, you win the last 2 games of that Cleveland series. You win the first game of the Toronto series 10-2 convincingly with Crochet on the mound, and then you blow a 6-0 lead. Then you lose another game after that. Then you bounce back, beat the Twins 6-1 in a really exciting game Friday night. And then you lose back-to-back to Minnesota. So at 617-779-7937, we'll take all your calls on the Red Sox. Got plenty of texts here. 2020, one texter from the 646. 2024, the Red Sox were 21-19 to start the year. This year, 18-18. So sounds like more of the same. A lot of people not happy with Alex Cora, and I get it. I mean, this keeps happening. So if you want to call in, text in on the Red Sox, feel free. Jeez, welcome to the radio, John. That's great. Feel free to, but we are going to transition to talk some Celtics here. Again, I'm John Lyons. We have Tom Christofoli producing, and I'm joined now by the one and only, the pride of Braintree, Massachusetts, Justin Turpin. Justin, welcome in.
Thanks for having me on. What's going on?
It's a pleasure. For those that don't know, Justin Turpin does a terrific job covering the Celtics for WEEI.com, and you probably see him all over Twitter and Instagram covering the Celtics as well. And he was part of our post-game shows all through last playoffs, all the way through the NBA Finals and the Celtics' 18th championship. And as we are in the drive here, Justin, for Banner 19, first of all, you and I haven't talked Celtics playoffs in a while.
So this is nice.
Excited to do that again. And I just want to get your sense. Let's start with, you were at practice yesterday. And to me, I think the biggest story going into this Knicks series is Drew Holiday. Right, because Tatum seemed to have bounced back from his injury, had 35 points a game in his 3 games after he came back from injury. Jaylen Brown looked a little shaky in the first round, but he just had essentially a week off between Game 5 against the Magic and of course, Game 1 against the Knicks. But Drew Holiday missed the end of that series. How has he looked at practice? Are you optimistic he will be there for tomorrow night's Game 1?
Yeah, so he wasn't on the court for the portion of practice open to the media, but Joe Mazzulla was asked about it and said that he was able to go through a full practice, and he's not on the injury report tomorrow, and that's a big deal for the Celtics. And he's been really good against the Knicks this season. I was looking at his numbers earlier, 16 points per game. He's scored over 14 in all 3 of those, and when he's offensively a threat like that, they are just such a better team. I mean, they're 54-3 when he scores 14 or more points. That's insane. 54-3.
And it felt like the biggest play of that Magic series was his dunk in Game 2.
Yeah.
And he does so many things. And I know our colleague Adam Jones used to deride Marcus Smart for quote-unquote winning plays. I know. But Drew Holiday does do so many of those things. And I know you and I have talked about this, but I always go back to, it felt like last year's playoff run, every series had one game at least where he had some big impact. And obviously it was more than one game, but like, I think it was Game 5 against Cleveland. He was great down the stretch. Game 4 against Cleveland before that, great down the stretch. Game 3 against Indiana, everyone remembers that steal he had, and that was a massive play. He also scored the last 5 points of that game, including an and-one layup for the Celtics to win Game 3 against Indiana. So it feels like he gives you something like that every single series.
You and I talked about it last year. He made a case for Eastern Conference Finals MVP.
Yeah,
he was terrific in that series.
He was dynamite.
They were a couple plays away, a couple possessions from being down 3-1 in that series, if not for Drew Holiday. Like, he was fantastic, and they're going to need him in this series. That with the Knicks, like, obviously the Celtics are much more talented, so it's going to really come down to those margins and controlling what they can control. And Drew Holiday is that steady hand that makes sure they do that. And I always go back to it, like when he was introduced as a Celtic, Brad Stevens is sitting up there with Steve Pagliuca and Wick Grossbeck on the podium, and Brad is just smiling ear to ear the entire time, just staring at him, smiling, and like they knew that was the piece that got him over, and he's just a winner. Like, that's what he is, and they missed him. There's no coincidence that he was the game he was out in Game 3. They turned the ball over 21 times. Like, that's hand in hand.
And just to review, last year against the Pacers in the 4-game sweep, he averaged 18, 7, and 6 on 58% shooting, and he was locked down defensively.
Don't forget about that offensive rebound in Game 4 too. It allowed them to dribble the clock out.
And it's funny you bring that. And I think one of the reasons and not to go relitigate this whole thing, but like Jaylen Brown had that shot in Game 1 to force overtime. He had the big defensive play late in Game 4. And of course, the pass to Derek White for the game-winning shot that won the series in Game 4. So he had some of those signature moments. And you and I talked about this in the NBA Finals. He had that huge block in Game 2 at the end with Derek White. He had that huge shot to put them up by 4 at the end of Game 3. So Holiday maybe didn't have quite as many signature moments as a player like Jaylen Brown, but he was fantastic in that stretch run. And it's a guy that, like, you can get by the Magic without Drew Holiday, as obviously they did. I think you can get by the Knicks without Drew Holiday. But if you're going to win a championship, he's going to need to be that 4th or 5th option, depending on each night, that you're going to need if you're going to win a championship.
For sure. And it's not always going to show up in the box score. And that's the thing about Drew Holiday that I really admire, is that his impact goes well beyond just a box score. I mean, look at Game 1 versus Orlando, for example. Everyone was crediting him. All the players after the game were crediting him for changing that game. He had 9 points. Like, that was it. But it's just his defensive presence, his ball pressure, just what he does for this team. They're just much more comfortable with him on the floor. And he's going to be important, especially if you're seeing Cleveland down the road, maybe Oklahoma City, even against New York. They're going to need him. And there's no coincidence that he's the only player in NBA history to win a championship in his first year on 2 different teams.
Yeah, and he's such a steadying presence, too. Like, It feels like And this used to be a big issue with the Celtics where the moment would get big and they'd play with their food or they wouldn't. They've gotten past that, I think, pretty much to a large extent. But even still in those tight moments, or maybe they go a couple possessions without scoring and the game starts to teeter, he makes a big basket or he makes the right pass or he gets, to your pointer, the key rebound. Like, he's such a steadying presence. So, yeah, 9 points in game one, but they're an impactful.
And they all came in the third quarter, and it changed the game.
And that's where they pulled away,
right?
Because what was it in game one? The Magic had, was it like 11 points in the third quarter, something ridiculous like that, or 14? Like that was an impactful quarter. So that's something I'm watching. Let's take a few minutes here because we're going to dive in fully to Celtics versus Knicks. But it's been almost 7 days since we had Celtics basketball. Tonight or tomorrow night at tip off, it'll be 6 days. What were your thoughts on the Magic series? Because I thought that was a 5-game test. If you, much like the Indiana sweep last year in the conference finals, that was a sweep, but it was tough. It was kind of like the Orlando series to me.
We could be looking back on that Orlando series as the toughest series the Celtics see, and they won in 5 in the first round against a 7 seed. Like, that's how tough they played them. Again, we'll see what happens with Cleveland. We'll see what happens down the road. But that was a really tough series. And
physically, the only other team I think can be that tough is OKC.
OKC.
Yeah.
And they won't even... The thing is with OKC is the way they defend the Celtics, they're okay with letting them shoot the threes. Orlando wasn't letting them shoot them at all. And for them to win that series in 5 games and just completely playing a different style of basketball is really encouraging if you're the Celtics. But I think it did kind of go how it should have. This defense was good enough where they were going to get one out of the Celtics. And the fact that that game the Celtics lost, they scored 11 points in the third quarter and 34 in the second half and still only lost by 1 possession, says a lot about this team. But I think that was a good test for them. Obviously, you don't love the bumps and bruises in the first round when Jason Tatum misses a game. Jalen, obviously dealing with the knee injury. Drew Holiday, hamstrings are tricky. He's 34. You don't love that. But the fact that they were tested in that sense and that they had to go out and completely shift their style against a team that you could see later on, Oklahoma City will do something similar, that is an excellent first series for the Celtics. And then for them to do it in 5 games and have 6 nights off is great.
And I think the 6 nights off is important because I agree with you. I think we could look back on this, at least in the East, as their most physical series of the play. I mean, it's going to be more physical than the Knicks series. The Knicks series could go 7 games, and I don't think it will. It could go 7 games, and it still won't be as physical as the 5 versus Orlando. Like that. And also, I know Orlando kind of went over the line a few times. Not kind of. Like, they went over the line a few times. But that's a team, like, I look at Orlando, I'm like, man, if they could get a couple shooters, and if they were healthy, like 2 years from now, I could see them in the conference finals.
I'm with you. And I was really impressed by Franz Wagner, especially.
Yeah.
I think Paolo gets a lot of credit over there, and I think they're kind of an overlooked team. He's a badass.
Oh.
They're also, that 41-41 record is not indicative of who they are. They were 8 games above 500. They all got banged up. They dropped 6 below. Like, they're a better team than that 41-41 record shows. But watching Franz up close and seeing him in that series, I was blown away. Like, that guy has all-star potential, and he's 23 years old. The fact that both him and Paolo are both 22 and
22.
It's insane. Like, they are in a great spot. And like you said, like, they're 2 shooters away. I think they were expecting a little bit more from KCP to make some shots, which would have helped. And obviously he was terrible shooting the ball, but they're a couple pieces away from being a legitimate threat.
And they didn't have Jalen Suggs.
Right.
Another 23-year-old, by the way, in Jalen Suggs, who turns, I think, 24 soon, but that's not, we don't care.
All defensive guard.
Like,
3rd in scoring for
that.
him.
I really look at that team. Like, we're going to look back and be like, oh, the Celtics caught the Magic at the beginning of their, and I'm not sitting here saying they're going to, win championships, but a year or 2 from now, I could see the Magic in the conference finals.
And you don't want to see that team in the postseason. You do not. Like, if you're the Celtics, just learned it. Like, you do not want to see this team.
Yeah, I think the fact that the Celtics got them in the first round was good because they came in, and I know Jaylen Brown was banged up at the end of the year, but outside of him, the Celtics went into that series healthy, which I think was important because they got a little bit beat up, and now they have 6 days off. Like, if they were playing them now, after already having played a playoff series, they'd still beat them. But I'd be like, oh, man, this is really going to take a toll on them. So, I mean, I give credit to Orlando. I thought, again, that's a team on the rise. And now it's Celtics-Knicks. And I think this is a fun matchup from a media standpoint. It's a fun matchup from a fan standpoint. I don't know, and you did a great piece on the website, how close it is on the court and by the numbers. So we're going to get into all that coming up next. I see some of you on the phone lines here. Hang on. We're going to get to your Celtics calls as soon as we get out of this break. But first, it's time to trend with our wonderful producer, Tom Crisafulli.
The exclusive home for Patriots Monday and Friday.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
The Red Sox fell short to the Twins 5-4 this afternoon. They have tomorrow off and are back in action Tuesday against the Rangers. You can hear coverage right here on WEEI starting at 5:45 with the first pitch at 6:45. Sean Newcomb will be the starter for the Boston Red Sox in that game. The Celtics continue their pursuit of banner 19 tomorrow night with their first game of the second round against the New York Knicks. Drew Holiday is listed as a game-time decision. There are 2 NBA playoff games going on tonight. The Pacers and the Cavs will kick off the second round of the playoffs at 6, and the Warriors and Rockets close out their first-round series with the Game 7 tonight. Winner of that series will take on the Minnesota Timberwolves. I'm Tom Crisafulli, and that's what's trending here on WEEI and WEEI.com.
The Greg Hill Show.
Top 5 most whipped people. Number 5.
Number 5.
Travis Kelce.
Number 4.
Will Smith.
Oh, yeah.
Number 3.
Santo.
Number 2.
Greg Hill.
Number 1.
Bill Belichick.
I like it.
You were number 1, but you got bumped.